my paper, which is entitled Between Motherland and Fatherland, Rootlessness and the Indian Jewish Identity in a Post-Colonial Context. Since time doesn't permit, so I'm not going to do a very long reading of the paper, and I quickly introduce the point of concern in my paper. My paper is based on the post-colonial identity of the Jewish community living in India. I don't know how many of you are aware that we have Jews living in India, but yes, there are very few in numbers. A number around 5,000 people are left now, especially where after the state of Israel came into being, most of them migrated and returned to their home nation, which is Israel. So in India, if we go about and segregate the Jews, there are basically three kinds of Jewish communities living in India. And yes, there are a few more pockets of Jewish communities here and there. So the three major Jewish communities which India has are first the Ben Israel Jews, then second there are the Kochini Jews, and third there are the Baghdadi Jews. Now they have been classified according to the places from where they migrated and came to India. As we know that they are not natives of India, but they have in different eras, in different times, they have come to India and settled in India. Now I'm going to talk about how the shaping of identities and how the post-colonial impact has uh, affected these Jewish communities. My paper will concentrate only on the first Jewish community, which are the Bene Israel Jews. And the point of my concern, and I have linked this study with the study of the novel written by Bene Israel Jewish writer Esther David, and the name of her novel is The Wall, which describes about a Bene Israel family which is residing in the city of Ahmedabad. So now this Beni Israel Jewish community, when they landed in India, as they say and as they suggest, because there are no written records which are found about them before the 19th century, there are here and there mentions of them, but not much. So whatever history we have about them is has been passed on through oral records, and so we believe through the book which has been written by Haim Samval Kehemkar, the history of Bene Israel in India. The title of the book is, and he is known to be the historian of the community. He himself was a Bene Israel, and he wrote about the community. And Kehimkar believes that the Bene Israel Jews in particular landed in India in 175 BCE, when Israel was under the occupation of the Greeks. And as they faced religious persecution over there, and the Greeks did not allow them to follow their religion, which is Judaism. So they tried escaping to other places, and probably that was the time this community, the ancestors of this community, came and landed here in India. So when they landed, they kind of the legend goes like, there are no written records, so I say the legend goes, and whatever the oral stories have been passed on, that when they landed on the shores of India, it was they touched the Konkan coast, and that is where their ships were shipwrecked, and they lost most of their people, they lost all their belongings, they lost all their religious books. So they just came, and only 7 couples survived, and that is how the community began its journey in India on the Konkan coast, on the Konkan belt. So most of the Bene Israel Jews, as we see, they are concentrated on the Konkan belt of India. So when they came, they lost, since they lost everything, which included their religious books. So whatever they remembered by memory, they passed it on to the generations. And as time passed, we know that since there was no written records, since there were no religious books, so they started assimilating into the village culture, into the people. The Hindus and the Muslims which were living in India at that point of time, they open-mindedly welcomed the Jews. And yes, they were always seen as some people who were different, okay, because they did not follow the same religion. They follow a monotheist religion. As we know, they worship one god, they don't believe in idol worship. So of course they were viewed as people who were different. But as time passed, they mingled into the Indian community. They adopted the cultures. They adopted much from the Muslim culture, and they adopted the Maharashtrian way of dressing. They adopted the Marathi language, and slowly they forgot the ancient language, which is Hebrew, so to be considered. So as time progressed, different reference groups shaped and de-shaped their identities. But when we are talking about the identity of the Jewish people in the post-colonial context, I would like to mention what happened after the British came to India. Okay, so now I will evaluate this on two post-colonial concepts. One is the concept which has been propagated by Frantz Fanon's book, Black Skin, White Mask, and how the people, the colonized people, started wearing masks or started imitating the colonizer. And the other concept which I will take is from Said, the concept of the binaries which he introduced, and the concept of inferiority, the person who has been colonized. So now we need to understand that here there is double marginalization. Firstly, they are colonized, and secondly, they are not people who completely belong to India. So always there was this feeling of being exiled in the land of India, and always there was this feeling of being the other in India. Even while they lived in India, though they had assimilated into the land and the culture, the feeling of otherness always remained, because their religion was different, their religious practices were different. Then they followed a special dietary law with the Jews followed, and so they were a different kind of community. So there was in the world we have seen anti-Semitism against the Jews, if you understand. But in India, there was no anti-Semitism. There was no, not even a single trace of anti-Semitism, but there was not a complete acceptance. So they were always seen as others. So when the British came, they were already going through an identity crisis in which they were always the other, always not accepted as their own people in India. So when the British came, two important things which happened in the British era was the starting of education and the spreading of religion by the Christian missionaries who came along with the British in 1813. The British government, they abolished this ban on missionary activities. So a lot of missionary from Scotland, from America, from Britain, they all came, and the purpose was to evangelize. Okay, so now when firstly, when I'm talking about education, the spread of education, as we know that the British, for their own gains, of course, influenced the education system of India, and then they established schools. They started the missionaries came and they established a lot of schools. And so the main thing which happened in these schools was teaching of English language and teaching of Hebrew to the Jews. Now, these Jews who had come from Israel all over so many years ago, they had kind of they have severed their ties from their ancient religion. And here, then there was an opportunity. Firstly, when they studied English, and most of the Jewish families were very liberated. And in India, where we faced a lot of problem in other communities because they did not want to send their girls, especially for education. Jewish people were very liberated, so they sent both their boys and their girls for education. So all of them were educated. They learned English. They adopted the English language, and from here, this concept of mimicking the colonizer began. Because as it is, they were not getting full acceptance in within the Indian communities. So the natural instinct was to gain proximity with the colonizer. And so they learned the language. They became available for jobs. Now, here these Ben Israel, who were earlier settled as local villagers on the Konkan coast of Maharashtra, slowly as they learned the language, as they learned so many skills, as they were educated, they got these opportunities to move to bigger cities, especially to Bombay and Pune and Thane. So that is where the Jews are still concentrated right now. So this whole process of education gave new opportunities, and the British also took this opportunity and absorbed them in the armies and in the government jobs and in different sectors, and providing them a space which was different than the other religions and the other castes of the Indians residing in India. So they were, I mean, picked up by the British, and suddenly they became the favorites. And it is only later that they realized that the British were also using them for their own gains, because after all, because living in India for so many years, they were Indians for British. So British were using them for their gains. So yes, so this process of education kind of liberated the Jews and introduced them to the English language. The second part was introducing them to the Hebrew language, which kind of strengthened their religious identity. Earlier, as I told you, that the Jewish communities had completely assimilated into the Indian cultures, and they had adopted many things which were Indian, apart from the fact that, yes, they were not into idol worship. They did not follow the dietary things that the other communities followed. They kept their own things. So they kept few of their religious things intact. But when they were introduced to the Hebrew language, they got hold of their own Bible, and they learned, and the process of realigning them to their ancient religion and to the language of their ancestors began with the coming of the British. So these are two major effects that colonization caused in the lives of these Ben Israel Jewish community, and hence shaping and reshaping their identity. Now, the problem which occurred was here, as Franz Fanon's concept says, white black skins and white masks. So living in India for so many years, they were completely Indian in their identity. They had adopted the culture, the dressing style, the language. Now what happened is, now Marathi, they used to speak Marathi because they were at the Konkan coast. So slowly Marathi was being replaced by English. So the attack on language, which was the first one, and because they wanted to please the colonizer, they wanted to imitate the colonizer. Why? Because the concept of inferiority was attached by the colonizer to everything which belonged to the native. So the native language first of all went away. Marathi was replaced by the English language. Then slowly the sense of dressing, which the Ben Israel Jews had, they had the local sense of dressing of the Marathi people, and that also was replaced by the modernized culture, and they started adopting new dressing style and a new way of behaving to be mimics for the colonizers, and they imitated the language of the colonizer, they imitated the culture of the colonizer. So somewhere they were in between. They were not Indian. Of course, they were earlier also, they were not Indian, not accepted completely. And now here again, a new sense of identity came into being. Now, the other part, which was reconciling them to their Jewish identity, since the introduction of Hebrew brought that, they became aligned with the Jewish communities across the world. The world was progressing, and they could read and they could write, they could have their scriptures in their own language. And the British missionaries came and translated the Hebrew Bibles into the local Marathi language as well, hence giving an opportunity to the village-bound people to have the knowledge of the scriptures. So now this opened up a new world. Now these Jews who were living in India as a minority community, marginalized, completely marginalized, because they were so few in number that most of us won't even know that Jews exist in India. So you imagine, now there are only 5,000 Jews in total. So they were so marginalized that they did not have a sense of identity. Sometimes they would imitate the Indian cultures in which they came in contact with, and now they started imitating the colonizer. But the Hebraization process, the realigning of these Jews with their own religion, their co-religionists across the world, gave them a bigger sense of identity, that though they were few in number in India, they were part of a bigger community. And so what happened as a process when the British left India, at the same point of time in 1948, the state of Israel came into being, and Israel invited the Jews to return to their own land. And this uh, new identity, which the Jewish community had now acquired, of being a Jew, being a part of a larger community, uh, kind of began a new process of Jewish people uh, returning to Israel. Why? Because they did not find complete acceptance there. And the newer form of their identities have nurtured their religious identity as Jewish people. And so they wanted to return to their own land where they can find themselves to be the core group. And they did not want it to be marginalized anymore. So now what happens? I've taken this novel as a reference for this paper. And in this novel, there's the... Yes, sir? Shall I continue?
I also informed them that he has double connection, so he will be in. So don't worry.
Am I supposed to continue?
Yeah,
but you are logging in. I can see you there.
Sorry. There are some hindrance. Please continue for 2 minutes more. You have already ended your time.
When I'm logging in, it's actually it's not. I'm not there. So my students, he is doing PhD at IIT Bombay. He is hosting that session. So it is his ID and that he is using from his own end. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So what happened to these Jewish people? Now, for this reference, I've taken this novel. In this novel, there is this Jewish family and three main characters of the novel. One is Shulamit, which is the titular character, which is the lady, and her husband is Michael, and the son is Uriel. Now, Shulamit depicts what Said calls the in-between identity, where you accept your space in the in-between space, because they are people who were exiled. They were people who were already living in a diasporic setting in a land which was not their own. So there somewhere their identity was not pure. Said says there is no pure identity. There is it is always a mixture. So for people who are exiled, so for Jews, their identity was somewhere in between their Jewishness and their Indianness. So Shulamit is the one who accepts and reconciles with her in between identity. So she's at peace. Whereas on the other hand, there is her husband, who is Michael, and he always wants to go for his newer identity, which is the Hebraized identity, which was the identity of a Jew. And so he migrates to Israel. Once he migrates to Israel, he finds that he just cannot adjust to things which were there in Israel, because as it is, Israel was a new country and he was an Indian. His identity was Indian. So he goes there and realizes that. The third thing is, the third part of the identity is represented by the son, who's Uriel, who belongs to the younger generation. And he migrates to Israel and he reconciles with his new formed identity, which was a compromised identity, which he reached by giving up his whole Indian identity and settling for a newer identity in Israel, what Israel gave him. So there are three sets of identities. One is the reconciled identity in the in-between space. One is the Hebraized, the post-colonial identity of the Indian Jew living here, which is represented by Michael. And the third is a compromise identity represented by the son, who adopts the new identity of the new place. Uh, in concluding, I would just read out two more lines. Just bear with me. Both Fanon, as I've taken the concepts of Fanon and Said, both Fanon and Said believe that colonial impact has influenced identities of colonized people, but the crisis occurs due to the feeling of inferiority that is attached to everything which belongs to the native. So it is not about which identity you want to adopt. It is the post-colonial impact which says that the identity of the native person is inferior to that of the colonizer. So this awareness has been implanted by the Western systems in the mind of the people. See, if Michael did not have this concept that having a Western identity, having a Jewish identity is better for me, he probably would have reconciled with his identity as an Indian Jew. But he could not, because the concept of superiority was attached to the Western identity. So he was drawn towards that identity. And the dignity only remains in accepting the in-between space, which Shulamit did. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Smita. It was very well structured and well presented paper. Thank you very much. And I would like to request our next speaker, Hana Mariam Beni, to present her paper. I would also like to request her to introduce herself and to announce the name of the paper, and like to request all the presenters to strictly maintain the timeline. 10 minutes is your limit. Please do maintain that. Our next speaker is next presenter, Hana Mariam Beni.
Good afternoon all. Myself, Hana Mariam Beni, second year PG student, Christo Jayanti College, Bangalore. My paper titled The Battles of the Mother reflected in Emma Donoghue novel Room. So this paper reveals insight into how Ma, the female character in Emma Donoghue's Room, arranges her parts as a mother of a 5-year-old Jack while living inside a compelling room worked by Nick, her hijacker. It especially centers on how Ma endeavors to recharacterize her motherhood inside fabricated and rambling space that Nick builds. Ma made her own discursive space as her exertion of adjusting her motherhood inside the compelling constructed space. Ma effectively plays out her feelings of motherhood, for example, giving him physical necessities like nutritious food and sustaining his psychological turn of events. The novel Room by Emma Donoghue tells about a girl being kidnapped and locked in a room. Ma was kidnapped by the male character in the room, that is the old Nick, when she was 19 years old. During her captivity, she gave birth to a boy named Jack. Together for 7 years, they live in that small room. The room is soundproof and no installations at all. The kidnapper provides them with enough food, water, and electricity. There is only a glass window on the ceiling of their room, and all daily life equipment such as bed, bathtub, wardrobe, television, kitchen, and all in one space. The only connecting door to the outside is fitted with an electronic safety lock with a secret code which is only known to old Nick, that is the kidnapper. Then being a mother is one of the most powerful acts that a woman can perform. However, in the case of Ma, being a mother is a forced one. It is not a choice. Being a mother within the constraining situation, she in fact is challenged to show the behavior of compassion and mutual care for her child. Room. Through the enslaved victims' voice portrays series of common incidents like multiple disrobement, forced woman confinement, silent abduction, violent pregnancy, and sexual assaultment at a smaller scale and motherhood at a larger scale. Room is a true sense portrays the best story of a child mother born representing the hardship and the resilience obtained to combat those hardships. Generally, motherhood is defined as the kinship between mother and the child. The unconscious action of feeding the fetus in the womb for 9 months through placenta is undoubtedly natural, which makes the child an extension of the mother. Likewise, Rome exultantly celebrates this bond where mother as a single parent nurtures the child with all the possible resources she has. So feminist, I'm playing feminist theory. Feminist is a movement to support and defend women who are demanding gender equality and demanding their rights as women. To the Chris Whedon, a feminism is a political principle refers to shifting obtainable ability name among women and men in the public. To American literary critic Belly Hooks, feminism forms social, economic, political to remove race, class, and sexual demonization, and to reorganize society so that self development takes presides over imperialism, economic expansion, substance, and desire. According to Adams and Balfour, struggle is not essentially physical, it can also be psychological and intellectual. Neither does a struggle necessarily engage human opposite, as the opposing force can also be non-human. Women's struggle is an effort undertaken by women to get their goals. According to Rethnesri, women's struggle is a way to get the equality with men. The principle of feminism analyzes the position of women and men in social life with intent to build up the understanding for the accomplishment of women's better life. The principle of feminism develop thoughts and efforts to create appropriate ways to overcome intolerance and exploitation to women. The real meaning of feminism is a state where women are free from oppression, power, hegemony, injustice, and violence. Room projects Ma as a single parent to Jack, where the father figure is absent in the picture. The absence of the father figure such that mother gets centralized and single-handedly raises the child. Olnik, the father of Jack, is least bothered and unaware of his duties. He simply aims at satisfying his sexual lust by forcing Ma every night. Ma had none in the world other than her son Jack, who is sobbing for his mother's ruination and ignorantly turns out to be an emotional partner to Ma. The two shares an intense relationship of aliens and friendship. Subsequently, Ma develops inclination towards Jack, and irrespective of the continent's circumstances, safeguard the child. Jack, born from multiple rapes on Ma, could have been disowned by Ma. However, she renders unending love to Jack and preserves him as her only asset, see as a hope of ray of hope, and grows him as an intellectual child with enhanced maturity. Despite suffocated atmosphere for Ma, creates a structured, livingly regimen for him. She schedules proper timing for his exercise, storytelling, eating, playing, etc. She instructs him like an instructor, teaches him like a teacher, and guides him like a friend. Jack is taught through demonstration, illustration, and narration of multiple tales. The reciprocation of love from child to mother is yet another remarkable trait of mother-child bond. The child who grows up with mother gradually learns how his mother has raised him up, fighting against endless politicized agencies that have been belittling her every effort towards the upbringing of her child Jack. Unexposed to the outside world, discovers that his mother is suffering every day at the hands of the monster Nick. Motherhood grants resilience to Ma to combat the despotic power and reclaim herself. Betty Friedan in The Feminine Mystic states that the child is a gift to mother and motherhood a gifted trait that asserts the mother in confronting the closer-based patriarchal traits. Discursively, motherhood results in child's overall development as Jack grow mentally and physically. Storytelling plays a fundamental role in the development of Jack, who is enticed by the characters in the story and learns from them. Henceforth, Jack grows from a navy child to an equivalent child by the time he steps out of the trap. The title room is consequently self-referential that represents the womb of the mother, which shields the child throughout the child's life from all external and internal problems, just like Ma is seen guiding Jack all the 5 years in the room from a trianarchical concepts of Old Nick and outside from the frightening pursuits of media and the outside world. So I am concluding my topic. In this novel, Emma Donoghue is established as a significant contemporary feminist writer who questions the disabling situations of a woman in conception lots, a salient feature in the critical analysis and feminist interpretation of her novel portrays how the protagonist, the mother and the child, subvert their traditional gender roles by using mother-child bond as a strength to transgress and assert their selfhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. A special thanks goes to you as you have confined yourself within stipulated time. Our next speaker is Rupasri Dattu. I would like to request her to introduce herself and to announce the title of her paper. And I also request her to confine herself within 10 minutes of time. Rupasri, are you there? Are you there? Please unmute yourself. Rupasri, please unmute yourself. Rupasri, we cannot hear you. Just tap on your screen. You will find a microphone button and you need to again click that to unmute yourself. Yes. Still now audible. Still not audible. Hello. Rupasri, we cannot hear you. Hello. Can you hear me? But we cannot. I'm just lip reading.
In that case, you unplug your audio measure. So unplug your microphone first, then plug it again. Unplug your audio, then plug in again. So, Dada, we can move to the next speaker. In that case, she is having problems.
Rupasri, please unmute yourself once again. You have plugged in your device. You need to unmute yourself first. Please take your time. We are moving on to the next speaker. Rupasri will be at the end of the session. Our next speaker is Rajat S. Mondal. Rajat, are you there? Rajat, yes, you are there. Rajat, please start your video and unmute yourself.
Am I audible and visible, sir?
You are audible but not visible right now. Please start your video.
Okay. I think host needs to help me. I have been switched off. My video has been switched off by the host. It's saying that you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay, Tanmoy. Tanmoy, can you be of any help?
Yes, Dada.
Yes, Rajat cannot start his video.
Rajat, just then log out again once again, and then again join. If you are having some problems, so log out first, then join once again.
Okay, should I leave the meeting, sir? And
Yes.
then okay,
Then,
okay, sure, sir. Okay.
So let's move to the next presenter, Mandal. Rupasri,
Yes.
is Rupasri is there?
Yes, we will take Rupasri at the end of the session if she can do anything with her audio. And Rajat is joining in few minutes. We are having Rajat's paper. And our next speaker is Ramobrata Chakraborty. I can see that he is there. No problem.
Sees such a
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking about Rupasri. So Ramobrata is there. He is there perfectly. Sorry, Ramobrata. Should we, Tanmay, should we move towards Ramobrata's paper?
We can, Dada, we can.
Okay. So, as there are technical glitches, may I ask Ramobrata Chakraborty to present his paper? Ramobrata, please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and announce the title of your paper before you present your paper. Ramobrata, are you there? Are you there? Rajat, can you hear me? Well, Ramobrata faces some technical problem as he writes in the
Rajat
chat
is there.
box.
Yes, am I visible, audible, sir?
Yes, you are perfectly visible and audible.
Sure.
So I request you, Rajat S. Mondu, to present your paper.
Yes.
Before presenting, please introduce yourself and announce the title of your paper. And please confine yourself within the strict limit of the stipulated time.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you, the organizing committee, for letting me present this talk. This is Rajesh Subramondal. I teach at the Department of English, Reposting College, Murshidabad, and I am also a doctoral research scholar in the Department of English, Raiganj University, Uttar Dinajpur. And I have titled my paper, Mothers and Migrants, Return of the Captive. This is how I have titled my paper. So, and I will be starting out with a quotation from Conrad, and I'll back that up with further theorization. I saw on the ivory face the expression of somber pride, of ruthless power, of carven terror of an intense and hopeless despair. But did he live his life again in every detail of desire, temptation, and surrender during that moment of complete knowledge? He cried in whisper at some image, at some vision. The horror, the horror. Chinua Achebe's description of Joseph Conrad was racist, and it makes case for humanitarian and liberal ideals to be pursued, and it does not, and it does this through the last words of Mr. Kutz, the horror, right? So in our air-conditioned room, beneath the lovely cotton comforter, we were angry with the mediated simulation of migrant workers gathering in billions and millions and trillions and zillions, just only for ghar wapsi, that is to return home. We, the air-conditioned viewers of high-definition television, were also angry because those stupid migrant workers were not maintaining social distancing, and the silly migrant workers were not washing their hands 20 seconds with alcohol-based sanitizer that kills 99.99% germs. So no wonder sensible and intelligent people like us, and all of us, the intellectuals, at home with their Dalgona coffee mug in their hands, shouted the horror, at the sight of the horror in the Anand Vihar bus terminal, New Delhi on March 29, 2020. And we have these migrant workers been invisible. I mean, these migrant workers have been invisible hitherto. Nobody saw them till the pandemic took over, till the COVID-19 took over. And were they invisible, or have they been invisibilized? But who deserves this credit for their visibility, this newfound visibility? And these are some of the research gaps that I would be addressing right now. And to the municipality, these migrant workers are illegitimate users, but to the contractor, they are cheap laborers, and to the urban dwellers like us, they are pain in the eyes to their beautiful cityscape. But much to our surprise, we have discovered a truth, and that is they are human, and almost as human as those feasting on dominoes inside their air-conditioned comfy. And this breaking news that they are human is a shot in the arm of the petty bourgeois, who have suddenly become extraordinarily concerned, right, with the well-being of these migrant workers. And suddenly everybody has become sympathetic to them. And this is exactly how sex workers found visibility thanks to HIV virus some 30 years ago from now on. And we woke up to this existence of sex trafficking then, and these migrant workers, these sex workers, are not tumors that could be done away with a surgery, and they are living cell right into the body politic of our beautiful nation state. They are us, right? They are us, and we are them. If we seek to change them, we better change ourselves. And we better change ourselves before it is too late, and before too many migrant workers collapse in the middle of our royal highways out of starvation and exhaustion in the middle of Swachh highways, right? And the maiden HIV was diagnosed in India in the year 1986, if I'm not mistaken. The health officials sprang into action in Sonagachi, Kolkata. Prostitutes were given respectability with new words like sex workers. Couple of virus ended up teaching humanity more lessons than all the teachers and professors put together. And HIV virus taught us to respect sex workers in the late 20th century. Coronavirus taught us to be grateful to these migrant laborers in the early 21st century. And All India Sex Workers Association held a conference in Kolkata, I think in the year 1997. Bombay Dost Mag taught India the nomenclature like gay, LGBTQ+. In 1990s, epidemic experts used the phraseology men who have sex with men for the first time in 1994. Similarly, we are again waking up to the necessity of recognizing this subhuman migrant workers. Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, the Honorable Minister of Finance of Kerala, used the word guest worker instead of migrant workers for the first time in his budget in India. And state governments have suddenly woken up to this newfound visibility, right, of these migrant workers. All on a sudden, there is a noticeable overpouring of sticky emotions from people in between sipping their dalgona coffee. And however, everyone, be it the governments or the vast majority of concerned middle class like us, gave a damn to these migrant laborers while declaring lockdown like Delphi's oracle. Suddenly it came from like Akashvani. And and yes, the lockdown was cracked up on public life like Akashvani from Cloud9. And
Rajat, may I intrude?
yes,
Please come to the central argument.
yes,
We need no introduction.
yes,
You
yes,
have already lost 6 minutes,
yes.
so you have barely 4 minutes left.
Sure,
Please
sir.
come to the central argument.
Absolutely. I'll stick to 4 minutes, sir. I'll stick. And Akashvani in Cloud9 and the subhuman beings residing in Patal Lok started ransacking to and fro. And the consequence of such highly skilled administrative Nazi decision was what we witnessed in Anand Vihar terminus, New Delhi, in March 29, 2020. So we do not need rocket science to come up with yet another research here. They are migrant laborers and we love their labors, but we do not like the migrants. We desire their works, but we despise the workers.
কাটি দিলে কি এটা কি করা যাবে?
Motherhood is one of the nuanced traps of patriarchy, and women are interpolated into, excuse me, women are interpolated into heteropatriarchy by the glorious myth of motherhood. Sisyphus was condemned by the Greek gods to endlessly push a boulder up the mountain. When it reached the top, the boulder would roll back down again under its own weight. It begins Sisyphus's endless struggle with a meaningless and thankless ennui. So to conclude my paper, feminist geography developed from the late 1970s onwards, building up on a second wave feminist movements in 1960s and a radical geography's challenge to examine and to transform spatial division in society. The principal argument was that gender roles and uneven and unequal position of power of women, men in society, had up to then been largely ignored by the geographers. And now women want to go out in the office because home is more unsafe than the office. Or in fact, office is becoming a respite than the home abuses and domestic violence. So they are happy citizens and who work from home, watch Netflix, and they are migrant citizens who walk miles and miles to return home, and only to see that they are being disowned by their returning diaspora. Home, as Derrida would say, has become a free-floating diaspora. There is a constant difference of the discourse of home, and we are colonized citizens, now we are co-colonized citizens, netizens. And we are all in this together, we say that, but unfortunately, some are in yacht and cruises, but others are in boats. So I'm sorry, we are not all in this together. Thank you for tolerating me.
Thank you, Rajat, for your paper. We are directly moving on to the next speaker, Dr. Ramabroto Chakraborty. I request him to introduce himself and to announce the title of his paper. Please unmute yourself. Ramabroto, I cannot unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself. You have a microphone button on your screen. You need to click on that. It will unmute yourself. It will unmute. Tanmoy, can you help us? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ramabroto, you are audible.
Respected chairperson of the session, Dr. Jyoti Shankar Mandal, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Shido Kanu, Birsa University, India, and other distinguished dignitaries present in this virtual platform. I am Dr. Ramabroto Chakraborty, Assistant Professor in English, Sri Kishan Sharda College, Hailakandi, Assam, India. And I am going to present a paper entitled Nation as a Narrative in Arkenarayan's Novels. Indian literature and the idea of nation cannot be separated in any discourse of the genre. In writing his novels, Arkenarayan throughout remains preoccupied with the treatment of social and national issues. He was born and grown up in a period when cultural hybridization was already institutionalized in the Indian subcontinent. Like other Indian writers in English, such as Raja Rao and Mulka Janan, Arkenarayan is seen to scrutinize the Indian society continually under change due to the colonial rule and its consequence, the issues of nation and nationhood. His fiction imbibes the quintessence of Indian nationalism in general and idea of nation in particular. Functioning as a socio-cultural discourse, the contemporary Indian nationalist novel calls attention to the linguistic and narrative structure and also to its fictionality in order to examine the problematic relationship between fiction and reality. So, Narayan employs self-reflexive narrative in his novels. This mode of narrativization has been inspired by the ancient narrative practices of marginalized cultures such as those of India. Self-reflexive narrative mainly problematizes the traditional notion of objective, knowable reality, one that can be accurately reflected through the power of language. This narrative treats reality as a construct and language as an independent signifying system rather than a medium for communicating a given reality. Fictionality, rather than fiction itself, forms the main action in these narratives. In captivating Indian oral narratives as replicas for writing his novels and then restructuring them from existing standpoints, Narayan is performing a drastic act. He is reorganizing the novel, which is essentially a Western middle class realist art form concerned with sketching the destiny of an individual character through a firmly organized plot. Narayan recreates this in the shape of the Hindu epics and Puranas, which are digressive and multifaceted symbolic narratives that move easily between the natural and the supernatural, giving priorities to the community and its values over and above the individual. In other words, the act of storytelling predominates the story itself. And this construction of fiction provides a useful model for reconstructing nation by recapturing the past, which again intermingles with the present. The paper tries to identify the principles underlying the idea of nation and nationalism, and also the goals that Narayan's fictional world is trying to achieve through the use of this spatial theory. This theory of discourse, though Eurocentric in origin, resists the colonialist representation of India and offers alternative representations with a glorification of the past. National narratives, or the stories that nations tell to connect their past, present, and future, are powerful and necessary tools in shaping national identity. Within such narratives, the nation as a concept may often appear to rely heavily on an essentialized narrative that seeks to homogenize diversity as a strand of coherent unity. The fictional world of Narayan has a strong sense of both continuity and disruption. Interrupting the continuum of the past and the present involves reclaiming rather than rejecting tradition. In his novels, identity for the central protagonist is a matter of fantasy arising from the sense of dispossession. Homi Bhabha uses the phrase in between space or time lag, which means that those who have been previously marginalized or silenced enter before they find their new identities. It is an aspect of the novels written by Narayan in which he explores the nature of nationhood and national identity. All his novels, though written both in European form, that is novel form, and in a European language, that is English language, resist the totalizing Eurocentric novel tradition and validate cultural and national experiences of pre-independence and post-independence India. Narayan has deliberately endeavored to Indianize the Western novel by transferring the traditions of linear narration upon the symbolical and ethical framework of the ancient Hindu narratives. It extends the significance of the novels beyond their immediate small town context as well as Hindu orientation. Through this amalgamation of contemporary or complementary literary traditions, Narayan sought to create a new literary tradition, that of the Indian novel. Frederick Jameson's well-known thesis is that third world novelists narrate the nation, that is, write national allegories. In this sense, Narayan's fictional world is an allegory of India's journey from the pre-colonial era to colonization to post-colonial nationhood. Here, Narayan is engaged in representing various issues of cultural, political, and national significance through his writing, and studied together his fictional world throw a light on the development of his idea of nation. However, the idea of nation narrated in the novels of each of the periods, that is pre-independence and post-independence, vary a great deal. Their use of the idea of nation shows a clear progression. In the novels written before independence, R.K. Narayan remains preoccupied with the treatment of social and national issues like nationalism, traditional social norms, typical Indian attitude to family life, sound familial relationship, beliefs on otherworldly matters, feminism, faulty education system, social evils like dowry system and caste system, East-West encounter, degeneration of values, rural-urban conflict, and freedom struggle. Here, Narayan presents a nation in transition, having the conflicting issues like tradition and modernity, East and West, with a clear progression in his post-independence novels. Narayan's post-independence novels delineate the experience of the colonial age and dilemmas of post-independent realities. They have also explored the relationship between Oriental and Occidental people and cultures. Fictional reworking of mythology and history has also been rediscovered by him in this period. National identity and national boundary occupy the narrative in most of them. Emerging national issues like feminine sensibility, Gandhism, frequent use of global situations and characters, etc., are found present in his novels written after independence. If we categorize Narayan's idea of nation in his novels, we can come across some nationalistic features like spiritualism, mythical technique, classicism, language issue, Indian setting and background, rise of industrialization and print capitalism, Indian philosophy, East-West encounter, subaltern and women's issues, and Gandhism. Narayan's attitude towards nation appears to have resulted from and shaped by the reality prevailing in the post-colonial setting. In Narayan's Malgudi, the two worlds are shown as inextricably interconnected and linked forever. Since, on the public level, India has become as inexorably dominated by 20th century progress, as on the private level, it has remained loyal to the Indian past, to the traditions that express the essential genius of India and to which its people return when the world's attractions grow dim. Narayan's loyalty to a single imaginary town, Malguri, the microcosm of India, which changes and yet remains essentially the same, is in keeping with the consciousness of the essential continuity of culture to which his work belongs naturally and spontaneously, to rediscover a nation in all its fact and fiction, tradition and modernity, past and present, which is the prime concern of the creator of Malgudi. The point to be noted is Narayan's fictional world depicts the nation in process. A change is coming like Yeats's Eastern 1916. The beauty to be born would be fractured and ambivalent. It would be hybrid in essence. And Narayan posits his protagonist in the liminal zone of transition. Narayan is thus deeply entrenched in the nation and nationhood, which is rendered clearer once one witnesses the originality of the text, the attitude of characters, the ideals of the protagonists, or the reactions of the Malgurians in a particular situation or a context. A reading of his novels unleashes the spontaneous flow of nationalistic views of the writer. His novels offer us an insight into the great theoretical doctrine of nation and nationalism. Thank you, respected chairperson. Thank you, all the dignitaries present in virtual platform, and a big salute to the organizers to give me a chance to deliver my presentation here.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. It was very well structured paper. I would like to request our next speaker, Rupasri Datta, to present her paper. Rupasri,
Yes,
please
sir.
unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, audible.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, respected chairperson of this session, organizers and audience. I am Rupashri Datta, uh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, CKB Commerce College. And I would like to take this opportunity to present my paper titled Motherhood Dare, Post-Colonial Feminist Resistance in Mary Conde's I Tituba Black Witch of Salem and Victoire, My Mother's Mother. Motherhood is a universal phenomena, and as literature reflects life, many facets of motherhood have been portrayed in literature. If sometimes the term mother touches the boundaries of innocent love and affection between mother and child and gets expressed through words, sometimes it becomes the embodiment of the devotion and loyalty that one senses with his her motherland. In case of post-colonial literature particularly, various attempts are visible to portray these themes in the light of racial discriminations and gendered impositions. Post-colonial feminist literary narratives depict motherhood as assertion of identity, be it social or personal identity. Domestic spaces functioning historically under a patriarchal signifying system have maintained a distinct binary between the public and the private while reinforcing men's power advantage. The introduction of post-colonial voices in the literary sphere, initiated during the late 19th and early 20th century, however, considered such rigid boundaries as confiscating. Maryse Condé, the recipient of the New Literary Prize in Literature in 2018, is a remarkable name in French Caribbean literature. Maryse Condé's novels often adopt the themes of mother, motherhood, and motherland. The mothers in Condé's novels are lone fighters in a post-colonial society who unquestionably accept the challenging responsibilities of raising children and leave no stone unturned to fulfill the same. Love for motherland and the yearning to come back to the motherland become the affirmation of identity at one hand and resistance against all odds of life on the other hand. It is interesting to find that in her novels, the conflicts of a mother is continued or transferred to her next generation too, reinforcing the age-old saying that history repeats itself. I Tituba, Black Witch of Salem was published in French in 1986 and it was translated into English by Richard Philcox. The novel expands on the true story of the West Indian slave Tituba, who was accused of witchcraft in Salem, Massachusetts. The theme of mother and motherhood in this novel can be studied by keeping in mind Tituba's relationship with her biological mother Ebena, Tituba's relationship with Mama Yaya, Tituba as a mother, and Tituba's yearnings for her motherland. Tituba is the unwanted product of a rape. Her mother was raped on the ship named Christ the King. The name of the ship and its association with Christ is ironical. Christ is regarded as the savior of human race, but Black Ebena was not rescued but tormented in a place which is indirectly although related to Christ. Isn't it a deliberate attempt of Mary's Condé to suggest that even Christ is partial? Ebena knows that she is doubly marginalized for being black and also as a woman. And so she wants her baby to be a boy. A rebel lives in Ebena. She could not save herself from being raped, but she is not ready to be the victim twice. But Tituba's mother Ebena was hanged in front of Tituba. Tituba's life takes a new turn after this incident. She has lost a company of Yayo, who gave her a name. Mama Yaya takes the charge of her life, teaches her the secrets of herds, and gradually she steps in the world of supernaturals. Tituba is powerless in real life as a daughter of a black rebel, but the world beyond perception has empowered her. As a young girl, she is attracted towards John Indian, a slave, and decides to live with him, thereby accepting slavery. John Indian is a true slave and never thinks of going against slavery. But Tituba becomes restless. Her blood gets boiled within her. She refuses to behave like John Indian and his friends. This is resistance on the part of Tituba. Her mother's sacrifices made her conscious of her race and her role in a racist society. Tituba realizes that they are regarded as the, I quote, messengers of Satan, unquote, in white man's world that does not permit happiness in motherhood for a slave. She takes the decision to abort her child. Tituba knows that she cannot change the world as at one stroke, but restricting her child's entry into this world is the only thing that she could do to deny the effects of racism. Tituba's denial to motherhood is not only a denial of black colonial identity, but also a voice in resistance. At this point, she wants to go back to Barbados, her motherland, and wants to bring about changes to the lives of the people of her race. Tituba opines, I quote, "What does it matter? The important thing is to have tried and to have refused the fatalism of misfortune." Unquote. The protest pops up even after her death when she hopes for better time. I quote, "But I know too that there will be an end to all this." Unquote. One question still remains unanswered. When? In What is Africa to Me, Mary's Condé clearly says that, I quote, "I write from experience," unquote. In Victoire, My Mother's Mother, through a first person narrative where the speaker is presumably Condé herself, she tries to reflect on the life of her mother's mother. Motherhood in Victoire, My Mother's Mother, can be studied from the perspectives of three mothers: Victoire, who experiences illicit motherhood, Anne Mary, who is a white mother, and Jean, who is a next generation's black mother. Victoire was different because of the color of her skin that bores Australian whiteness. And she hired her services to whites to earn her daily bread and also to raise her daughter. In the French colonial society, Caribbean society, in which Victoire was a part, it was a privilege to get recognized by the name of a father, and all girls were not born with this privilege. Whereas girls were destined to give pleasure to men and give birth to their children. Though polygamy was a common tradition, the responsibility of raising the child was laid on the mother. Therefore, when Victoire became pregnant, she was not considered as innocent. Victimization of women pops up as a common phenomena. I quote, Victoire was not the first and would not be the last to push in front of her the belly she got on credit. It was a
Rupasri,
mood. Sir?
Rupasri, I'm sorry to intrude.
Yes, sir?
You need to wrap up in 3 minutes.
Yes, I will take 1 minute only, sir.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, sir. I quote, Victory was not the first one, was not the first and would not be the last to push in front of her the belly she got on credit. It was a mood that was here to stay and stay for a long time, that is for sure, unquote. Even after being devastated by the humdrum of life's journey, Victoire is neither a rebel nor an activist to embark change. She silently follows the norms of the society, compromises with her love, passion, desire, and life, but simultaneously leaves no stone unturned to secure the future of her daughter Jean. Mother Victoire, although a single mother, rises above the reach of a mulatto cook to give Jean a meaningful life. She educates her daughter Jean. Thus, Victoire becomes a symbol of resistance against all racial and gendered impositions. But Jean was not sensitive and devoid of emotion. She was ambitious and wants her children to grow up with pride and honor, unlike the way she has been brought up. Anne Mary suffers less as a mother but more as a woman. Here, love for motherland is suppressed due to the strong sense of racial realization. What do we find in both the novels? We have seen a clear motherhood there in a post-colonial society which is patriarchal. The mothers, but more often black mothers, have to accept challenges at various levels. The challenges are mostly faced by single mothers. But what is significant in case of Mary's Condé? In Condé, no mother is surrendering. Each of them fights back in their own possible ways. They are not voiceless and often scream in resistance. Motherhood becomes a weapon for their empowerment. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the presenters. And sorry for being a bit rude to interrupt you in the middle of the paper, because we have another session which was scheduled to be held from 3:30. It's waiting. And due to that crisis of time, we are not having any interactive session here, no question answer session. But if you have question, uh, you can always direct it to the speaker through email ID. You can contact the organizers for email ID and redirect the question to her, her or him. So thank you, Smita Singh. Thank you, Benny, H.M. Benny. Thank you, Rajat Subramondol, Dr. Ramabruta Chakraborty, and Rupasri Datta. It's wonderful to listen your papers, and I'm sorry that we don't have an interactive session right now. I'm closing that session because another session is waiting. Over to Tanmoy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can I start my presentation?
Can I start? Can I start the next session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Carry on.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to all present there. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Tanmay Kandu and Dr. Parthasarathy Mandal for wonderfully organizing this international conference on rethinking the post-colonial text and context, which is a very pertinent and contemporary topic. And I congratulate him for organizing this international conference. Yes. So once I congratulate John Mikundu and Parthasarathy for organizing this international conference and also taking all the initiatives in called a new Literaria, which is very very relevant, and as well as I congratulate him for organizing such a wonderful program. And for this session, we have 6 papers. I would like to call upon the names of the presenters. Please tell me whether you are available, like Mustaf Shira Siddiq.
Yes, I am available.
Manodeep Chakrabarti.
Ma'am.
Yes, then Marian Maxi and David Arpudaraj. Amartya Sen, Carol Ying Yong Pian.
Yes, ma'am. I'm available.
Yeah. By the way, myself, Dr. Vijay Geeta, Associate Professor English Studies, working at Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur. So without much ado, because due to lack of time, this session has to start at 3:30. Without much ado, let us start the session. I would like to invite the first presenter, Mustaf Shira Siddiq, and her paper is on very interesting paper, The Virtual Tempest, Digital Caliban and the Backtick Aerial in the Trans-Created Terrain, the Mauritian fantasy Dr. Dev Viraswamy. So it seems to be a very interesting paper. I invite this presenter, and as it is my prime duty to remind you, just confined to the 10 minutes. If possible, we'll have interaction at the end of all the presentations. Thank you. Over to Mustaf Shira.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good evening to you all, the distinguished members of the e-conference. It's my pleasure to be invited as a speaker, as a presenter of a paper. Since we know, I am Dr. Mustabshira Siddiqui. I'm assistant professor in Taiba University in Saudi Arabia. I am from India and I was selected in 2018. Since then, I'm here. So the topic, as ma'am has already read out, the virtual tempest, Caliban, digital Caliban, robotic Ariel, and transcreated Tufan, a Mauritian fantasy by Dev Swami. Basically, this is a very interesting play which has been recreated, or it's like adapted in the 21st century by Dev Swami. He's a Mauritian playwright, and he has actually written this play in basically Mauritian Creole. But later on, it was translated into English by Nisha and Michael Walling. Uh, I am reminded of this play when I look at this, e-conference. We are participating from all over the globe. And this has actually made us very close to each other. This is an opportunity which I did not get before because I'm so far from my country. But here I am with you all and presenting my paper. I feel so glad. I will just start my paper because we have only 10 minutes given. So why the virtual why I took this this virtual tempest and digital Caliban. The play was already there, but it triggered my mind when I looked at the way we are living in this COVID-19 era, when everything has become virtual. We have moved from the reality to virtuality. So it's like a very nice thing to introduce this Tufan, which has again been recreated by Devira Swami. And he, since Mauritius is a very famous place for the technicality, for the techno things, digitalization has taken us by storm later now in the COVID-19 era. Before, Mauritius was already reached, was very enriched with this culture of technicality. So let's see, look at this Tufan, how he has created it. So yeah, I will just read out some very important, interesting facts of this Tufan. Okay, so in this age of clinical trials and masked faces, one cannot imagine a play by Shakespeare on the stage without technology. You see, now we are into so much into technology. Hence, Dev Swami has forthrightly written Tufan, a Mauritian fantasy in the 21st century pre-COVID-19 crisis. We live in the pre-COVID-19 and present disastrous world, whereas Homo sapiens, everyone is trying to create a productive world amidst the natural disaster taking us by storm all over the globe. It's not only COVID-19. There's so many things which are happening every day. We get to know there is a typhoon in Korea, South Korea. Sometimes we get to know there is a typhoon in Mumbai. So you see, there are so many disasters taking place, and in that era, we are trying to live sane. We are trying to be sane in this era. Having said that, I would like to give emphasis on the new normal, which is the virtual world. This is the new normal for us. We are taking refuge in the virtual reality from our physical real world. Tufan is one such play which gives a sigh of relief to the Shakespearean spirit with its technology and virtual reality. Can you all hear me? Can I just confirm this thing? I hope I am not speaking to myself.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
Okay. Since Shakespeare forgave his enemies at the end of the tempest by creating a magical tempest in the sea, here is the 21st century Tufan created by Mauritian human in a Mauritian setting 3 centuries later with technology. Magic has been transformed into technology. Ariel is not an airy spirit now, it is a robot now. Tufan can be called a perfect post-colonial techno play in every sense of its characters. Caliban is no more a beast or black filthy being. He's a handsome modern computer apprentice in a technical lab of Prospero. He can marry Prospero's daughter now with her affirmation in the marriage. She is now Cordelia, assertive daughter with complete loyalty towards her father and husband. Cordelia is shown reading Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex, which shows the feminist revolution has already taken place and women are no more Shakespeare's Mirandas. They won't be controlled by the magic of their fathers to fall in love with the right person, within quotes. Cordelia is pregnant with Caliban's child and also asserts to marry him by her famous statement when Prospero shows defiance for this proposal. She famously replies, "It is enough for me that he has human blood." You know, it's no more the racism which is happening in the play. Ariel is a robot without any sexual orientation, but surprisingly, he falls in love with Ferdinand. So Ariel is a robot, but there is, kind of virus into his system, which even Prospero couldn't fix. Their 20th century names are Ariel, Ferdinand, as could be fitted in Mauritian Creole. Since Tufan was first published in Mauritian Creole, not in English language, which is another assertion on the part of the playwright of 21st century that English is no more a language of the playwrights for Shakespearean adaptations or recreations. We can create our Shakespearean adaptations in our own language. This is another very important post-colonial nomenclature which we are going through. Tufan is a transcreation of the Tempest in every aspect. The play begins with the virtual slide Tufan in the sea for Prospero's enemies. Caliban is assisting Prospero in computer lab to create big visual slides in the simulation of Tempest. It's like we are living in this simulacrum of the world. Caliban is constantly texting Cordelia about the developments in the lab and visual slides. And this another thing which is happening nowadays. We text everything to our loved ones about whatever is taking place. She's annoyed with her father for giving such a task to Caliban on a weekend. She wanted to spend evening with him, but Prospero asked him to stay and help him in this last project. After this project, Caliban will no more need his apprenticeship and go free and open his own lab. Hence, Caliban is giving his best shot in the last project because after being free, he will ask Cordelia's hand from his guide. Now he's the guide. Prospero is no more his master, which looks favorable to both of them. Ariel is helping both of them by taking commands in his circuits in the brain machine. In this process, he meets Ferdinand, the prince of Naples. Ferdinand is infertile male with emotions for the transsexual beings. Now see the transformation of Ferdinand. He's no more the prince of Naples who can marry the princess. Robot Ariel and important Ferdinand fall in love by first glance amidst all chaos of virtual Tufan in the sea. This is another, very important turn. Prospero is aghast at the end of the play when he discovers Cordelia is carrying the child of Caliban and interested to marry him. Another shock takes him by surprise when he discovers Virgin and Robot are in love on which he remarks, "There is a virus in Robot's Ariel system because I did not program him to have emotions." You see the colonial mindset. This is the final nail in the coffin by Dev Viraswamy in the play as a transcreation of the Tempest. Cordelia and Caliban become the new king and the queen for the post-colonial technical and digital generation. Prospero is left surprised to explore more ways to forgive his own daughter, apprentice, and robot. So this is something which I actually tried to summarize for this presentation because we have very few minutes. So this is how the presentation is. Would you like to ask anything?
Thank you, Mustafa Shira Siddiq. It's a wonderful paper. More than the paper, your facial expression, it's very exact to the paper that you are presenting. And in a way, what I feel is that Shakespeare has been, the characters of Shakespeare has undergone triple X mutations in the post-colonial syndrome, or we can say talking back discourse has been played by the presenter. It's a wonderful paper. Yes. I congratulate you for such a, finding such a good paper and presenting in this post-colonial text and context international conference. Congratulations, nice paper.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon Next, I would like to call upon Manodip Chakrabarti, who is going to present on a dark web and the manipulation of space in Free Fire and PUBG. This again seems to be a very interesting paper. Let us listen to the presenter. I invite Chakrabarti, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Excuse me, ma'am. Am I audible to
Hello.
everyone?
Yes, 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 yes. You
And
can see, you can proceed.
okay, and I am right now sharing a screen. Is it also visible?
Yes, yes, yes. It's visible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, once again. And yes, ma'am. Should I proceed?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Okay. The first thing is that within this short time, it is quite hard to explain the various aspects that I want to shed light upon. But my topic
একদম
is that.
এক্সট্রিমলি সরি, কিছু কি যে হয়েছে আমি কিছু মাথায় আমার ঢুকছে না, বুঝেছো?
Sorry.
মানে ওরা তুমি যে মেল করেছো মেল ব্যাক করেনি ওরা কোনো?
Sir, please unmute your sir.
কে তাহলে বললো যে আমি
your
মেল
mic.
আইডি বায়োমেট্রিকের জন্য ওদেরকে মেল করলাম? এই তোমার ইয়ে বলেছে, আর ভাই বলেছে আমি মেল করিনি, আমি তো ওদেরকে মেল করে দিয়েছি।
Sorry, ma'am. I am taking some time right now.
Yeah, yeah, I'll give
কিছু
you
একটা
some
ঘটেছে,
time.
ক্লাস
I
ঘটে গেছে,
think,
বুঝলে? মানে একটা আমি যেটা ইয়ে করছি, আন্দাজ করছি, মানে চেপে গেছে, দুটো সেশন একসাথে চেপে গেছে। মানে তোমার যে সেশন ওভারল্যাপ হয়ে গেছে, মানে ওদের কাছে দুটো লিঙ্ক গেছে, দুজন চেয়ারপারসনের নাম গেছে, লিস্ট একটাই গেছে হয়তো। তো এটা আমি হ্যাঁ
yeah.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Chakrabarti, I think you can proceed.
তারিখে হয়ে গেছে, তারিখে 2:30 থেকে ছিল। তারিখ আমাকে বলছে, তারিখ বলছে তোমার মধ্যে এরকম তোমার ভুল হওয়ার কথা নয়। আমি না, আমি কিছু তো একটা ঘটেছে একা হাতে প্রো করতে গিয়ে।
Ma'am, would you please inform, sir? Okay, I think I
Yeah,
can.
I'll call him. Just a minute, I will call him. Yes, yes, you be on the line. I will call him.
I've left him a message on WhatsApp.
ঠিক আছে, তোমাকে আমি আরেকটা স্লট হবে, অনেকে ছুটে গেছে, সেটা নিয়ে আমি একটা করব। ঠিক আছে, ওকে ওকে।
Okay. So as you can see in the slide that my paper entitled as Dark Web and the Manipulation of Space in Free Fire and PUBG. Now Free Fire and PUBG, these are two most popular games right now in the world. So my paper is a work in progress that deals with the gamers who are not someone who just loves to play, but rather they are subjected to play. Now they are drawn to the virtual of world of gaming. They are deliberately being transformed from being a human to an object. Now this is something which falls under the domain of colonization. So I'm going to shade a few points trying to explain them. Just a minute. So we are all aware of the fact that recently PUBG has been banned on the claim that it is a Chinese marketing app. But before being banned, it enjoyed not only huge popularity but also appealed to a wider player circle. But as everyone knows that with PUBG's demise, Free Fire is now enjoying the status of being the most popular game or video game, you may say. Before analyzing this, as very few persons know about this gaming platform, so I'm going to illustrate the background. The PUBG or Free Fire, they are kind of virtual game. Those are based on battle royale format. Now a battle royale format that allows a person or a group of persons to stand at the pinnacle of achievement. Now this is very much important. This virtual world will allow you to stand at the pinnacle of achievement, but in order to stand there, you must eliminate the others, your competitors. So before going further, there is this slide. You can see that this battle royale format, it has its origin with the movie Battle Royale in 2000. It's a Japanese movie directed by Kinji Fukasaku, and which was again based on the Battle Royale novel by Koishun Takami that was published in 1999. But please give your focus here. This slide, this bloody picture, this is very much important in order to analyze further. Next is you can see that apart from the brutal killings that is evident in the movie, you can see that all the participants in the movie, all the characters, they belong to a certain age group, uh, possibly from 13 to 23. Now my question is that why is that? And if you again look at this picture, this is a gaming picture of PUBG. You can see that the characters and this one is from Free Fire. You can see the characters. These characters also belong to a certain age group. Now, whether this is a coincidence or uh, just a driven fact, this is very much interesting to analyze. All the characters that belong to what I'm going to say or categorize as adolescent group. But what this means? This means that the game has been developed to appeal to a particular age group. As many of us familiar with the fact that a certain TV ad what we know as will appeal to a certain group of people. For instance, all of us know that Vidya Balan, she is wearing a normal shari and giving ad of Safed, even though she can afford much higher lifestyle and can maintain a rich lifestyle in her personal life. This ad will appeal to those females who are married, middle-aged, and healthy. So what I'm trying to illustrate is that these characters, these certain age groups of Free Fire and PUBG, they are being developed by the developers in order to appeal to a certain age bar. And but again, there is this question that whether all the other aged people who either belong to much higher age or lower age, whether or not they play these games, my answer is that yes, they do play these games, but the gaming developers, they are aiming for this adolescent group. Now why? The main answer is that the adolescents, they prefer interactive learning, and with lockdown.
Chakrabarti, Chakrabarti,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry to intervene. Um, how your paper is having any relationship with post-colonial, because we are dealing with rethinking the
Yes,
post-colonial
ma'am.
text and
Yes, ma'am.
context.
My
So
next point
just
is
juxtapose your paper with the post-colonial aspects.
okay, ma'am. Then my viewpoint is that they are trying to control the workforce. Okay, I'm shifting here. Just a minute. Uh, the discussion what I'm right now trying to analyze is that the game developers, whether they belong from any country or state or society, they realize that there is a crisis in the adolescence. Okay, and standing in the age of globalization to colonize something, quote unquote, to colonize something or someone, it necessarily does not mean a race or group will be oppressed by another group or race. It can happen and is happening at a much deeper level. Okay, the main objective is to control the workforce. If you can control the workforce, you can control the masses. Now, digitization has provided a huge impetus to it. Without having a proper communication, like face-to-face communication, I can communicate with my desired audience, a particular audience, and can manipulate that person by slowly feeding what he or she likes uh, to what I want her or him to like. Okay, now you can see here the changing of clothings, and this is what is being reflected in today's youth. Okay, this clothing style, this hairstyle, and stuffs like that. Now, the ideological oppression can be possible because the gamer or the individual approach the game with a horizon of expectations. Okay, now by making certain semantic decisions and ruling out others for the sake of a consistent meaning, the gamer acknowledges that there is a inexhaustibility of the game. its potential to have other meanings that may not quite fit into their own scheme of expectations. It is the desire for inconsistency which involves them to an extent to the world of illusion, thus a potential subject for manipulation. They are being manipulated. Okay, the same will happen in physical world, but this is a virtual world. In the virtual world, we do not try to manipulate a race, we try to manipulate a single person, and by controlling a single person we will control the wider masses. As the gamer leave behind his or her own reality, the physical world, so to say, somehow to enter into the reality of the game, the gamer build up a fictional world. Now, the consistency is illusory because the gamer reduce the polysemantic possibility to a single interpretation, meaning that the game can bear a positive or negative meaning, but the gamer always try to find the positive meaning according to her or his perspective. Now the gaming developers, they try to always analyze this perspective by feeding them the service, quote unquote the service, and then trying to control them through that. This is what trying to make the youths to glue to this illusionary world. Now, if the illusions were destroyed completely, the game would be alien to the gamer, and then we would neglect it simply as like time waste gaming. And if the illusion were all embracing, then the polysemantic nature of the text would be reduced to one level of meaning, the shattering of established gaming ontology, or the meaning of existence generated out of the game by the gamer. Now, if by any chance this destroyed, this illusionary world by any chance get destroyed, then what will happen? This will end in disaster, or you can say in deaths. Here is a picture. You can see that in it the youths are being glued to the skin after being banned. The PUBG Mobile, it ended in disaster. Here is some slides. You can see that in the second para you can see that here is this Malaysian man who left his home for playing PUBG. Next is here is the second para. You can see the a 16-year-old child who committed suicide, or you may say that here it is written that he died, but I have read the whole uh, whole thing, and it says that he committed suicide. And not only this PUBG or Free Fire, there are other games which appeal to the wider masses, to the adolescents, and trying to control them. Okay, here are some games. You can say that the Blue Whale Game Challenge, the Pass Out Challenge, or the Salt Ice Challenge, the Fire Challenge, etc. Stuffs like that. Now, I'm concluding my presentation by saying that there much has been said. There much has been left unsaid on the foundings. Not much of our work is available on this. This ideological control is so deep enrooted that we usually tend to ignore it. The professional researchers simply ignore it by being a time-wasting children's game. The children who also include some researchers, academicians, they tend to neglect it as the game is feeding their own meaning of life, not able to recognize the clutches of manipulation that is being performed on him or her. Okay, with the aim of turning the particular individual into a passive consumer. This is my final slide, and you can see that how a human is being turned into a passive consumer. And in the age of globalization, the coloniality, it takes into new step. It's being into a new kind of environment. And with this, I'm concluding my presentation. Thank you all for bearing with me. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chakrabarti. It's once again a very interesting and relevant topic about virtual colonization, how it spoils the younger mind by feeding their interest. You have taken absolutely very relevant and contemporary topic. Congratulations. And I think I hope that you might be doing more doctoral research on this, or if not, you better do on that, research on that. Thank you for such a wonderful paper. Next, I call upon uh, Next, I call upon Mariam Nancy and David Arpudaraj, and their paper is a semiotic study of post-colonial voices in the digital space visualized through word cloud. Are you there? Mariam Nancy and David
Yes,
Arpudaraj, are you
good
there?
afternoon, ma'am. Yes, Mariam Nancy is here. Are
Yeah,
you able to
please.
hear me, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good afternoon,
Please proceed
everybody.
with your presentation.
All right. Ma'am? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, digital humanities is a two-way road. It aims to it aims to study humanities using digital tools such as data mining, data visualization, or latent semantic analysis, and the other way as well. It to study the digital using the theories and the practices developed in humanities. So this is one of the best definitions given by Catherine Hales, who calls digital humanities, which aims to bring the tools and techniques to bear on the traditional humanistic questions, but also humanistic modes of inquiry to bear on digital media. Now, decolonization is a similar aspect, where decolonization, as defined by Franz Fanon, he calls decolonization as a program of complete disorder, where he tells that decolonization is a method of studying the age old rules and to dismantle them and to create new rules in general. So, with this understanding, we will move on to the post-colonial digital humanities, which has three important aims. Now, post-colonial digital humanities aims to use the tools of digitality in mining post-colonial texts. That's the first and foremost thing. The second thing is that it aims to readdress the trace of colonialism that appears in digital scholarship, and it aims to use the term post-colonial rather than just another metaphor, but as a practice and how it can be used to create data and process data in general. So, aspect. The first and foremost thing which digital post-colonial literature, what it had actually done was decanonization. So one of the important aspects which originated with the digital term, especially in literary practice, is decanonization. It had remapped the idea of textuality and textual practice. Questions such as who can be considered to occupy the pedestal of the so-called literature were raised. Poets like Rupi Kaur, Naira Waheed, Cleo Wade, and many others occupied not only the screens but also the minds of the digital masses. These poems were relatable not only through the language but also through the everyday life experiences, which include identity crisis, mental health issues, problems of race, and diasporic existentialism, the big topics which were taken up as parts of major discourse by the academicians. So, based on all this, questions, there are two major search questions which can be asked. So, the first question is how do these who are the product of a colonial past use the digital space to express the ideas? Because Rupika are poets who cover a large number of audience. So how do such poets, how do they, and not only that, they have a colonial past. They're diaspora, they're products of the diaspora. They're Indian home, but who are settled in a foreign land. For example, Rupi Kaur is an Indian Canadian poet. So how they express their ideas in the digital space? That was one of my research questions. The second question of inquiry is, if it is through language, then what kind of cultures, especially the ones which they carry from the native lands, what kind of cultural symbols they use to create a space for themselves in this digital realm? So, in such a case, as I told you before in the beginning of the presentation, the important factor of digital humanities, especially post-colonial digital humanities, is to use digital tools in mining or in curing text. So the tool which was used here for data mining was Voyant. Data mining is a very, very simple practice. What I intended to do was, as a semiotic study, I had to do a closer reading of the symbols and the metaphors which were used in such language. So I use the tool Convert, which is an online tool and which does not require much of much of a programming knowledge. So this is my platform. When I did a digital mind map, the major words which were repeated were love, like, want, don't, and no. And not that, if you take a look here, we can see the ways in which these
Mariam,
words are
you're
connected.
not
For
audible enough.
example,
Mariam Nancy.
Okay.
Mariam
Yes,
Nancy,
ma'am.
you're
Am I
not
audible now?
audible. Mariam Nancy, you're not audible.
Audible now? Ma'am?
Mariam, you're not audible. Hello. Hello. Mariam
Hello?
Nancy, you're not audible. I think you have completed your presentation. And just now I was reminded by the organizer that the next paper presentation session begins by 5 o'clock. So without much ado, it is better we move on to the next presenter, Amirtya Sen. If Amirtya Sen is available, please come and present.
Mariam ma'am, you stop presenting, please. Mariam Nancy, you stop presenting, please.
Paper presenter, sorry for the inconvenience. We have a next session very shortly. It is going to begin probably at 5 o'clock. So kindly cooperate with us. It would be better if we have the next speaker, Amartya Sen. Are you there, Amartya Sen?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm very much.
Yeah, please present within 5 minutes, please. Start presenting, Amartya Sen.
Ma'am, he's not now in the room. Might be he is having problems. So we can move to the next.
Okay. Then we move on to the next paper presenter, Carol Yung Pang, who is going to present on contemporary overseas Chinese literature, imagining the rise of China. Over to you.
Hi, can you
Over
can
to
you
you,
hear
ma'am.
me? And can you see my screen?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Let me just share my screen. Wait, hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry. Give me a second, please. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry if you're seeing
Yeah,
my
no.
notes as well, because I
Yeah.
can't get it to work. So my name is Carol Pang. I'm a master's graduate in English from Uppsala University in Sweden, and the topic is contemporary overseas Chinese literature, imagining the rise of China. This paper relates to the post-colonial studies theme of the conference by looking at literature that is responding to a changing world order. It touches on the traditional dominance of Asian American narratives and how the dominance of these narratives is being challenged by contemporary literature that deals with the rise of China. Another way in which this paper relates to post-colonial studies is in its interrogation of how transnationalism, specifically trans-Pacific framing in this case, offers us a way to read literature that prioritizes more marginalized migration narratives. So I examined two overseas Chinese novels, Tash Al's 5-Star Billionaire and Lucy Tan's What We Were Promised, as responses to a global world order that has been shaken up by the rise of China over the past 40 years. Briefly, 5-Star Billionaire tells the stories of 5 Malaysian Chinese of different socio-economic backgrounds who migrate to Shanghai from China in pursuit of the China dream. In What We Were Promised, meanwhile, 2 narratives of different migratory movements run through the novel. The Zhens returned to China after more than 20 years in America and joined the elite repatriate community of Chinese-born Western-educated professionals in Shanghai. Meanwhile, their housekeeper, Sunny, moves from a rural village in China to Shanghai to earn money and find a place in society after her husband's death. I submit that the representations of the implications of the rise of China in English language literature remain inadequate. This might seem perplexing because English remains the world's lingua franca, and the phenomenon of rising China is of interest to many around the world. One factor behind this inadequacy is the traditional prioritization of Asian American migration literature that involves migratory movements from the East to America. As Al, author of 5-Star Billionaire, puts it, most English language Western literature, in most English language Western literature, every non-white person dreams of coming to the West. It is not the only story of migration in the world. In fact, the more important story is about how Chinese people see Bangladeshis, how Malays see Nepalese, and so on. This is a story that needs to be told. So the migratory movements between Asian countries have always occurred and deserve to be told. I'm therefore situating this paper in the emerging field of trans-Pacific studies instead of the more established field of Asian American literary studies. This is in line with the framing of trans-Pacific studies as discussed by Viet Thanh Nguyen and Janet Hoskins in Trans-Pacific Studies Framing an Emerging Field. They say, starting from the premise that both sides of the Pacific must be taken into account, as well as the populations, subjectivities, and histories of the ocean in between, Trans-Pacific Studies acknowledges the importance of American power, but stresses the necessity of foregrounding Asia and the Pacific. The rise of China itself gives rise to narrative options not available to traditional Asian American narratives. Literary strategies such as resistance and accommodation to American racism are more applicable for the reading of traditional migrant narratives, where the migration destination of success remains territorially bounded to America. In comparison, China's economic growth means that Chinese subjects in contemporary overseas Chinese literature often have the option to reject outright the premise of a racist American host society. Economic migrants can either return to China after migrating to America from China, or move within China from a poor rural province to a rich urban city. Both these types of migratory movements are depicted in Lucy Tan's What We Were Promised. Thus, as befits the more inclusive framing offered by the Trans-Pacific Studies field, the traditional one-directional migratory movements from east to west are transformed into narratives with multi-directional movements and increasingly with non-Western migration destinations. The imagining of contemporary overseas Chinese literature as a distinct category of literature is made possible by the more inclusive framing offered by the Trans-Pacific Studies field. These novels as a whole are written by overseas Chinese writers and thematically concerned with the rise of China. They engage with themes such as the effects of neoliberalism on contemporary Chinese society and the negotiation with a turbulent past. The contemporary generation of writers can be distinguished from the post-1989 Tiananmen Square massacre generation of writers who tend to engage with thematic concerns of exile and criticisms of the Chinese state. Contemporary overseas Chinese literature makes important literary contributions by addressing the inadequacy of nuanced and complex portrayals of the impact of the rise of China on modern Chinese society, as well as other Asian societies increasingly influenced by China's growing economic strength. This is my last slide. So contemporary overseas Chinese English language novels that give rise to trans-Pacific migration narratives outside of the traditional narratives of migration from the East to the West are meeting a pent-up demand by English-speaking Asian readers from the trans-Pacific region for literature that reflects their lived experiences. This demand stems from the lack of sufficient portrayals of such readers' lived experiences, as discussed earlier. Strong economic growth in East Asian and Southeast Asian countries over the past several decades has given rise to a growing middle class and a correlated increase in English speakers, English being the world's lingua franca and therefore a language of aspiration for the middle class. Given the interest of these implied Asian readers from the Trans-Pacific region, contemporary overseas writers are writing fiercely contemporary novels that deal with the impact of the astonishing growth of China, condensed into little more than one generation, on its people and the migrants that flock to its grandest metropolises to pursue the China dream. In their headlong rush to a heady materialism, at least partially enabled and exemplified by the rise of China, readers in modern Asian societies are asked to contemplate what they're sacrificing in return for material success, who they are as a people, and what exactly should they be aspiring to. Finally, thank you very much for the opportunity to present my paper, as well as the opportunity to listen to so many interesting
Thank you, Carol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you. It's a nice paper. Next, I call upon Pooja.
Hi,
Pooja, are you there?
ma'am, I'm right here, and I'll just quickly share my screen and start talking.
Yes. Yes, yes. And our paper is on Whose Map Is It Anyway? Mapping in Contemporary South Asian Fiction. Again, one more interesting paper. You can proceed.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Pooja Sancheti, and I am an assistant professor at IISER Pune. As is evident from my title, I'm going to be talking about cartography, maps, and South Asian fiction. Maps and cartography have been a prominent expression of human societies for a long time, and given their inherent, though not always acknowledged, malleability and arbitrariness, have been deployed for purposes as varied as trade to reincarnation. It is in their malleability and instability that post-colonial and contemporary South Asian writers are able to find ways to and deterritorialize their own locations and attempt to differently map and remap the multiculturalism and heterogeneity of their post-colonial contexts. It is well documented that maps have played a significant role in imperialistic and colonial expansion and consolidation of power. In general, maps create or imagine territories and people to be explored, conquered, and classified. As Harley says, as much as guns and warships, maps have been the weapons of imperialism. Insofar as maps were used in colonial promotion and lands claimed in paper before they were effectively occupied, maps anticipated empire. That is, before regions were officially occupied through militaristic might or aggressive exploration, imperialism had already claimed new geographies on paper. Similarly, Benedict Anderson also suggests that the map, like the census, was an institution of power used by colonizers, by means of which a grammar of the colonized nation was actualized, allowing for communities to be imagined as per the convenience of the dominant force. Anderson quotes the Thai historian Thong Chai. I won't read the whole quote, it's on the screen. I'll just come to the last part. A map anticipated spatial reality, not vice versa. A map was a model for, rather than a model of, what it purported to represent. It had become a real instrument to concretize projections on the Earth's surface. The jigsaw puzzle-like avatar that colonial maps came to acquire as a map and the land with all its attendant complexities became more and more distant with the colonial imagination, implied that each piece was seen as detachable from its geographical context. It also exposed maps as entities inherently incapable of encompassing the linguistic, religious, racial, cultural, and historical complexities of the colonized regions they claimed to portray. A map made the area or community static and temporally unchanging rather than reflect its complexity and dynamism. Lindy Stiebel suggests that a map's function went beyond description. It became an impetus to exploration and control. She says, a map is a source of power through knowledge. It is the imposition of order on the unknown but suspected disorder of a blank page. The colonizers believed that maps are a stable set of signs that can neatly define borders and enable political and economic control was thwarted as maps were unable to correspond to what was visible on the ground to those who inhabited these lands and cultures onto which lines and features were projected. The disjunct between the desire for totalizing classification, which would legitimize colonization, and the complexity of the dominated culture allowed for what Homi Bhabha has called the act of mimicry rather than mimesis. I won't read the quote because it's well known. Colonial mimicry, therefore, sets in motion a destabilization that produces deceptive resemblances that implicitly question the homogenization desired by a colonial discourse. This is a gap or a slip which is fruitfully employed by the post-colonial writer. The Indian subcontinent has been mapped with great interest by Europe since the 1760s, primarily because of its centrality in the European imagination of trade in a vastly expanding global market, McLaughlin states. This mapping invariably also included rechristening places and people, eradicating local names, realigning categories and communities, and mostly provided generations of colonizers with the incentive to continue the project of colonization. I won't read the whole quote, but it's very interesting when McLaughlin gives the example of Madras as Fort St. George, and going back to this morning when Professor Trivedi gave the example of Mednipur and Midnapur. It is therefore evident that maps and cartography have been the tools of the elite, whether the colonizers or the nation state, and so continue to play a large role in the narrative and political imagination of post-colonial and contemporary writers across the world, primarily as a means of engaging with and contesting colonial legacies, decolonizing regional spaces, and as a comment on the inherently unstable nature of cartography itself. There's a very interesting quote by Graham Coogan, which I will not read for lack of time. As is the case with an overwhelming number of writers from South Asia, maps provide a mode of de- and re-territorialization and allow for the expression and exploration of the inherent heterogeneity of this part of the world. The plurality of possible perspectives is the grounds for the legitimization of the post and decolonial reappropriation. Stephen Slamon talks about revisionism, which is not simply a critique of colonialist discourses, but also an internal critique of post-colonial cultures, highlighting the transitional nature of post-colonial society. Such an act also questions essentialist nationalism that is often enforced by state machinery for convenient assimilation at the expense of regional differences and multiculturalism. I'm coming toward the end of my paper. To exemplify the points made so far about the nature and deployment of maps in contemporary South Asian literature, I will briefly talk about 3 instances from the Pakistani author Kamila Shamsi's novel, Burnt Shadows. Each instance demonstrates that maps go beyond official and published properties of the state. Rather, they exist in the minds of the people and are constantly being drawn and redrawn based on a complex and dynamic set of causes and discourses. The first instance within the novel is set in pre-partition India of 1947, when the British Raj is still very much in place, though not very comfortably so. The map here is not one drawn by the British or even by nationalists, but is a line imagined within the capital city of India by a character named Sajjad. For Sajjad, the city he is a native of is already divided into Delhi and Dilli, which are 2 entirely different worlds, disconnected, that he must traverse each day between his family and his employer, and in both he's a bit of a misfit. Delhi, his city, warren of by-lanes and alleys, insidious as a game of chess, the rhythmically beating heart of cultural India, the place to which his ancestors had come over from Turkey over 7 centuries earlier to join the armies of the Mamluk king, Ebak. And then Delhi, city of the Raj, where every Englishman's bungalow had lush gardens lined with red flower pots. Flower pots, it summed it all up. No trees growing in the courtyards for the English, no rooms clustered around those courtyards. Instead, separations and demarcation. The next 2 brief instances I'll talk about have to do with a character called Harry Burton, who's the son of a British lawyer in pre-partition India's Delhi. In the first instance, Harry had carelessly drawn a line on an antique map of Hindustan, a mindless act of a child that the narrative wishes to show is, in spirit, similar to the callousness of the British actually partitioning the Indian subcontinent. You can see the first quote on the screen. The very faint the border which Harry had inked in when he was a young boy, to whom an outdated globe was a useless artifact. Clearly, the critique is that the land, with its histories and cultures, means something very different to those that partake in it in various ways. Shamsi, through this visual, juxtaposes the complexity of the partition and the freedom movement and a matter of hastily drawing lines on an inanimate object without suffering the consequences. The faintness of the line is a reflection of the long-lasting impact of the division of the subcontinent at the hands of the British. The same Harry, many years later, is an American citizen and working for the CIA, involved in America's war with Afghanistan. In the crisscross lines of international connections due to globalization, war, and capitalism, Harry finds that the map of the world needs to be drawn very differently. War has made strange bedfellows, and a new geometry, far more unstable than before, has been drawn. However flippant Harry's own comment may be, it shows a different cartography of a globalized world. I've outlined the most important parts of the quote, and I'll just read the last bit very quickly. By now, the war was truly international. Arms from Egypt, China, and soon Israel. Recruits from all over the Muslim world. Training camps in Scotland. There was even a rumor that India might be willing to sell on some of the arms that they had brought from their Russian friends. Harry couldn't help enjoying the idea that Pakistan, India, and Israel were working together for America's war. I conclude by stating that maps and cartography are an important feature of the politics of post-colonial literature, and more specifically of contemporary South Asian English literature. Contemporary writers especially claim ownership of the act of cartography and deploy maps to express shifting global and diasporic identities, question nationalistic and militaristic endeavors, and create different layers and longings for and in of this part of the world. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm just going to stop share. Yeah.
Thank you. It's an interesting paper. Overall, this session has been an interesting session. We have all the papers based on virtual reality and unreality. And as a chairperson, I have taken immense pleasure in listening to all the papers. All the papers were very interesting papers. With this, we wrap up this session. Over to Tanmi Kundu.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here to chair the session.
Thank you.
And for your kind consent to be part of our advisory committee and also to chair the session. I also thank all the paper presenters for their beautiful presentation. So we will we will move to the next session. I request who is presenting here, so stop presenting, please. Amartyo, please stop presenting.
Hello, mine is not complete. Yeah,
your session is not completed
Sir,
yet.
I need to present because mine I have not.
Okay. Yes.
No,
we have time yet. We have 10 minutes. We have the session from 5:15. Gita ma'am, are you there? Hello. Hello. Amartyo, you carry on.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. So you are having problem in audio. Now you're audible. So you have 5 minutes. So you have to wrap up within 5 minutes. So you have already running behind the schedule. Okay. So we have another session from 5:15. So you are given time, but you are facing problem. Now you start presenting.
Sir, is my screen sharing here?
No. We just
no. Yeah. Just a second, sir. There are so many issues. Yeah, I will read my presentation. Audible? Am I audible? Hello. Please someone speak up. Please someone speak up.
You are breaking up.
Oh. Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible, but there is, I think, some kind of congestion
Hello?
going on.
Yeah. Can I start?
Yes, Amartyo, you carry on.
Yes, so that there's a problem, so I don't present.
Yes, yes. You go on.
From
Go on. You go on presenting.
the COVID pandemic, the COVID has interrupted all our daily of our daily life. It has yes, so yeah, the COVID pandemic has
Motto, as we can see that you have do have poor network connection, so I have nothing to do. We have to interrupt you and end the session here. So sorry for being rude to the paper presenter and to you. We have no action. We have to move to the next session. So. So now we will move to the next session, and that session, as chairperson, we have Professor Anita Singh from Benares Hindu University, and three invited speaker we have here: Professor Dr. Chandam Dev, Dr. Guptam Gupta, and Dr. Shubhadeep Pal. Momita, are you there? Momita.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible both.
Okay, sir. Can I start the session now?
So wait for a minute. Professor Anita Singh is joining soon.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir.
Unmuted.
Hello, sir. Good evening and good afternoon both. So,
Yes, Gautam Sengupta speaking.
yes, sir. This is Tanmay here. Uh, Professor Anita Singh ma'am has just joined. Momita.
Yes.
You carry on.
Yes. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. A
I
very
can hear
good
you.
afternoon. Okay, okay, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you present over here. On behalf of the organizing committee, I heartily welcome you to the session 4 of this international e-conference on rethinking the post-colonial texts and contexts. This e-conference is organized by New Literaria Journal in collaboration with Assam University. So on this glorious occasion, we are very honored to have with us Professor Anita Singh as a chairperson of this session, and Dr. Gautam Sengupta, Dr. Chandam Dev, and Dr. Shubhadeep Paul as invited speakers in this session. So it is my privilege to introduce Professor Anita Singh, who is an eminent professor of English at Benares Hindu University of India. She is the coordinator of the Center for Women Studies and Development at BHU. Professor Singh was the recipient of the prestigious Fulbright Nehru Fellowship at University of Virginia in the year 2013. She also was the principal investigator of the ICSSR major project titled Staging Gender, Performing Women in Ramlila of Ramnagar. Professor Singh is the author of many well-known books. To name a few, Arthur Miller, A Study of the Doomed Houses in His Place, and Indian English novel in the 90s and after, A Study of the Text and its Contexts. So now, without any further delay, I request Professor Anita Singh to take hold of this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I guess we begin without much ado. So I would like to invite Dr. Gautam Sengupta. He's from the Gurudas College
Your
University.
internet connection is unstable.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Go on.
internet connection is not too
Please.
good today. So we can have Dr. Gautam Sengupta. He's from the Gurudas College, University of Calcutta, India. His topic is Shaw, Look at the Orient, G.B. Shaw through the post-colonial lens. So can we have Dr. Gautam Sengupta, please?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for welcoming me. And thanks, Tanmoy and Momita, and all concerned for welcoming me as the guest speaker this evening. Also, I welcome in advance Dr. Chandam Deb, who is placed just after me. I will be very eager to listen to his lecture also. Let me now. This is a very good occasion for interaction as we are getting prepared to know each other via the platform of the new Literaria International webinar. And one important aspect of this pandemic situation is the outgrowth of this webinar, which I doubt whether in normal circumstances would have taken place at all. I hope this morning Dr. Bill Ashcroft has addressed everybody with his keynote address from New South Wales University, Australia. And that is a phenomenal job to do for Tanmoy. And I think that was very successful, starting with a big bang. It was very successful. And my topic now. What I want to suggest in this brief stint allotted to me, what I want to suggest is just a different view of the post-colonial situation. Everybody doesn't agree, in fact, with what post-colonialism wants to suggest. It is a broad umbrella, in my opinion, and many controversial outlooks jostle with each other to be recognized as part of the post-colonial outlook. So under under those circumstances, I would like to place my favorite author, George Bernard Shaw, in conjunction with Rabindranath Tagore, one supposed to represent the Western world, another is the greatest representative of our Eastern or Oriental world, so to say. So that erstwhile thoughts of colonialism you, rest is for you to conclude. Let me begin now. Like all theories, post-colonialism is no fixed entity. It can never be. And unlike many other theories that are valid both sociologically and aesthetically, it is constantly open to diversities of opinions and outlooks. It is constantly changing, I mean. As feminism changes, conceptions about feminist situation changes. So post-colonialism is no definite fixed entity caught at some clear point of time. It is true that feminism, like feminism and feminist literary criticism, it has also opened up well-intentioned rereading of canonized and marginalized authors. Texts held high and texts hitherto neglected to discover the many complexities of economic.
Sir, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. There's a button on. There is a microphone button. Yeah. Now it's okay.
Is
Now
it
it's okay.
okay?
It's okay.
Now it's okay. I will continue. Post-colonialism has been increasingly getting busy with re-examining the racial minorities and their contribution to human civilization. There is a constant interplay between the sense of historical transition and socio-cultural formations, developing roughly in its application to literature from the late 1980s to the present. It is a living organism to which new and still newer interpretations are being added almost every year by ardent critics and scholars. A significant milestone was definitely reached when Edward Said's Orientalism was published in 1978, which argued in favor of use of the knowledge cultivated by the Oriental scholars in the redeployment of such knowledge by colonial rulers. At the same time, it must be admitted that post-colonialism is a wide-ranging umbrella under which debates in multifarious directions are being held and promoted every day. In the words of Professor Atto Kuyasan, is a professor of English at Stanford University and a fellow of the British Academy elected in 2019. He says, I quote, post-colonialism involves a studied engagement with experience of colonialism and its past and present effects. What I want to emphasize is the expression studied engagement with the experience of colonialism, and its past and present effects. Now, if you are engaged, studied, if you are engaged in studying it carefully, vis-a-vis its past and present effects, then there can be no fixed yardstick to turn to. Therefore, under this broad orbit, no unilateral dimension is the last word. Shakespeare, Conrad, or Tagore may be reread, and re-reread to yield new paradigms of significant meanings. My chosen author is George Bernard Shaw for the time being. The time is too short, otherwise, uh, the parallelism between Shaw's world and the Oriental world in a positive sense might have been described, might have been demonstrated. For the time being, it is shortened. George Bernard Shaw, an Irish by birth, dominated the British literary scenario for almost a century. He may be reread through the post-colonial lens, which may produce unexpected and yet unexplored results. The critic already referred to, Professor Quayson, has rightly stressed, Quayson, Quayson, has rightly stressed that whatever the developments were that led to the formation of the field of post-colonial studies, it has to be seen more in terms of a long process rather than a scenario of events, with the central impulses of this process coming from a variety of sources. I want to stress this plurality of sources, sometimes outside any concern with colonialism at all. As he says, quote again, post-colonialism has also been a term used to reinterpret Western canonical literature. Mind this, reinterpret Western canonical literature from a variety of, I repeat, from a variety of fresh and diverse perspectives. Unquote. If such a perspective may re-examine the internecine relationship between the eminent literary artists G.B. Shaw and Rabindranath Tagore, for example, by name, it may yield something very touching. It may unravel some aspects not revealed so much yet, and may act as counterpoint to the prevailing notions of cultural hegemony prevalent in post-colonial terminology. The terrain, now coming down to Shaw, the terrain which Shaw built up personally was that of creative evolution. Almost everybody knows that Shaw is famous for his propagation of the theory of creative evolution. He loved to call himself a creative evolutionist. It is on this plane, it is on this plane that I want Shaw and Tagore to meet. From Fabian socialist and a staunch feminist, he went on to declare himself in his final self-articulating anthology, 16 Self-Sketches, 1948, as a creative evolutionist. What are you? In reply to this, what are you in your outlook? In reply to this, he would love to call himself neither socialist, nor Marxist, nor feminist, but a creative evolutionist. So that was his religion. Tagore had no such nomenclature, but the two met on an platform of equality. At least in two of his major plays, these two plays he called his Samambonam, Man and Superman, 1903, and Back to Methuselah, 1921. In these two plays, he treated his vision of the Superman as the core of the play. Having been disillusioned with economic and political roots for elevation of mankind, he wanted a larger scale of evolution of for mankind, along which mankind must proceed or perish. Having rejected the merely conventional Christian view of God as all seeing and all merciful, he proceeded to replace a God who looked at the world and saw that it was good by postulating a God who looked at the world and saw that it could be bettered. What is important is that behind Shaw's theory of creative evolution is a is a is an active force, is an active dynamic force which does not care for any particular human being nor for mankind in its devastated, miserable condition. The only way out necessary is to transcend itself. For man is to transcend himself and become Superman like, acquire Superman like qualities. Shaw's mouthpiece character in the play Man and Superman is John Tanner. Everybody knows John Tanner, who is represented as in Don Juan Tenerio in the dream sequence of the play, which is supposed to take place in hell. In the dream sequence, Don Juan asserts, quote, I tell you that as long as I can conceive something better than myself, I repeat, something better than myself, I cannot be easy. I cannot be easy unless I am striving to bring it into existence, trying to clearing the way for it. That is the law of my life. Unquote. Stop. So Tanner or Don Juan Tenerio or Shaw himself or his alter ego presents creative evolution as the root and also trying to bring it into existence by sheer willpower. The greatness of his vision and the force of his willpower. Outside the play, Shaw affirms it as his own by writing in the same vein in the epistle dedicatory. In the preface, in the epistle dedicatory written to his fellow critic A.B. Walkley, he says, quote, this is the true joy in life. This being used for a purpose, recognized by yourself as a mighty one. I am just like a vehicle according to this principle. Man is just like a vehicle he is being used by some mighty purpose greater than himself, which will transform him into something better. It must be pointed out that Shaw's concept of the Superman was by nature transcendental. This transcendentalism is not in romantic Wordsworthian sense. Transcendental, that is, it skipped the errors and impediments of human civilization created till the 19th and the 20th centuries. Against Darwin's famous theory of natural selection and survival of the fittest, Shaw's theory was in tune with Lamarck's, like a gradual, which proposed a gradual upward movement and a climactic occurrence in the physical world. But unlike Butler, Darwin, or Lamarck, Shaw's theory recognizes matter as a tool merely consciously or purposively used by the life force. Matter used as a tool consciously or purposively by the life force. Unlike Thomas Hardy's immanent will, known to everybody, this is no blind and ceaseless striving without any purpose or direction, which Shaw, the life force of which the uneluded godlike Superman is a vehicle. In its representation, Superman transcends normal human beings, fallible human beings, far, very far, to a godlike existence. Is a vehicle, is purposive, vital, and with well directed with an active zeal to create matter and mold it into what was not created. Shaw's insistence is not on the military man, Tanner says, but Don Juan says, I do not care for the military man. He was tired of wars taking place on the face of the world, not on the military man, but on the philosophical man. Shaw by all means rejects the Macaulayan, that is the imperialistic idea of progress, and Shaw is a deep believer to the possibility, committed believer, to the possibility of mankind's attainment of the positive state. Linking the core of both man and Superman and back to Methuselah, Professor J.L. Weissenthal comments, if our civilization is facing a crisis, quote begins, if our civilization is facing a crisis in which greater human capacity is required, then perhaps mankind will rise to the challenge and achieve greater heights. This is what happens in Back to Methuselah after the crisis of the First World War. And this is what Juan predicts in the hell scene of Man and Superman, unquote. In a lecture on Christian economics, in his lecture on Christian economics, Shaw himself warned his audience prudently but effectively. Quote begins, Shaw says, it is not an impossible thing that someday or the other there may walk out of a bush somewhere a new being of which you have no conception at all, not a man at all or a woman at all, something new that has never occurred before, and the work of God may be handed over to that new thing. I request everybody to ponder over the brilliance of the idea. Think of that possibility, ladies and gentlemen. Shaw says, think of that possibility, comma, ladies and gentlemen, and make up your minds to work pretty hard. That is, Shaw requests every person to work pretty hard towards achieving something better, something greater, something higher than what already existed in 1993 or 1921, at the time of composing of two plays. So this is a what we may call is a train towards sublimation, undaunted by poverty and the accompanying social misery at the beginning of the 20th century and the trauma of the First World War. Shaw held high his optimistic outlook that if human race is to be swept away towards a radical change, Shaw would place his unflinching hope in the making of mankind towards the Superman, the coming up of the super race, which is nature's noblest of the missions and one of the highest achievements of nature. This progressive vision, almost unique, this progressive vision, almost unique or singular, as against the decadent but expansionist, imperialist conquest of the colonizing nations, has been and by and large overlooked. At least its progressive and universal nature has not been recognized. That is to say, when we say of British literature, a British nation overpowering India and the East, we do hardly take stock of Bernard Shaw's progressive vision of mankind, which does not conform to the imperialistic motivation of the British nation at all. He did not support the British imperialist warmongering mentality at all. Time has now come, therefore, in my opinion, time has now come to check how two representative geniuses of the 20th century world, that is GBS and Rabindranath Tagore, reacted against each other by the second decade, that is 2020, where we stand at present, by the second decade of the 21st century. Critics have unearthed and are still highlighting hitherto unknown corners of the life and works of both of them. So I am taking help of Tagore studies as well as of Shaw studies of the that are going on till the present decade. Interestingly, as Krishna Dutt and Andrew Robinson report in their book entitled Rabindranath Tagore, a myriad-minded man, Shaw did not feel very close to Rabindranath during their first ever encounter in London in 1912. At the initiative of the painter William Rothenstein and the famous poet come Shaw's close associate William Butler Yeats, reputed intellectuals met to hear Tagore read from the English version of his Gitanjali or Song of Rings. Subsequently, Yeats was so overwhelmed with the transcendentalist vision of the poems in the book that he undertook the mission to write a preface for it, which ultimately won the Nobel Prize. Ultimately, this book won the Nobel Prize, everybody knows, in 1913. But Shaw was indifferent almost. At this point, Shaw was almost indifferent. That is astounding. That is astounding. While almost all the intellectuals showered extreme praise on the poet's mystic vision and his highlighting of man's being bound to a nameless God through bonds of love, Shaw retained his cynical smile initially. He also threw jests as to how many wives the old Bluebeard could possess, and even named a character in one of his playlets, Stupendranath Beggar. Stupendranath beggar, that is ridiculing Tagore. However, this initial antipathy or apathy was not to stay. As Dutt and Robinson report in their book, Rabindranath Tagore, the myriad-minded man, before Tagore's departure from London in 1912, Shaw wrote to one of his friends. Tagore had made an extraordinary number of deeply interested friends during his visit here, and I am one of them. So we can easily conclude that two of the geniuses representing two worlds were hand in hand, because Shaw recognizes Tagore as a man who has made deeply interested friends, including himself. The phrase deeply interested is revealing enough until we come to 1931, when Shaw had a long meeting with Tagore in London, a long talk where he seems to have realized the value of Tagore's efforts to create a pan-universal vision, transcending colonial barriers, trying to inaugurate a deeper understanding between India and Britain. Any student of history would remember how Tagore had a different kind of a vision of nationalism or internationalism, and he did not support the regional and parochial views of fighting against the British. He wanted to fight them, but in a different manner, and the simple killing of a few British people or ridiculing them by means of some turmoil was not his way. At a time, Shaw and met each other in 1931, when two nations were at loggerheads with each other. That was the time in 1932 when the Quit India movement was started, and MK Gandhi was put to prison. Shaw came to India. This was at a time when the two nations were at loggerheads with each other, the colonizer trying extreme coercion and the colonized throwing it back through violence. In 1932, Shaw came to India during a world tour, and Tagore requested him to visit Santiniketan, but Shaw pleaded inability, apologized, but sympathized about the Indian political scenario. He said that the contemporary political situation in India hardly bore being talked about. Today, Today, there are many new resources being tapped. Shaw's private collection of books owned and preserved by him, 1920 to 1950, he stayed in Shaw's Corner in Hertfordshire in UK, and books owned and preserved by him is part of the property of National Trust UK, which manages his house at Shaw's Corner, Hertfordshire, UK. And it has been declared open to public view as part of their national heritage. The present writer, myself, got a chance to visit it, and I also got in 1998 an exhaustive list of Indian books in Shaw's collection, which were topped, interestingly, by two books of Rabindranath Tagore. Imagine Shaw's private collection of books being topped by two books of Rabindranath Tagore, Gitanjali 1913, India Book Society edition, and 100 Poems of Covid 1914, compiled by Khiti Mohan Sen and translated and edited by Rabindranath Tagore. This is very interesting, very amazing, so to say the least, because it is no collection of plays, it is no philosopher's book, neither it was by Butler or Bergson or Nietzsche.
Dr. Gautam,
But
can you sum up so that we can have
yes,
some questions?
Yes, I think the question answer session is from 6:15 to 6:30 or now. Anyway, I am cutting it short.
We can have now just sum up your argument. Yes, you can sum up your argument so we can
Yes.
have some questions.
There is no evidence in writing of Shaw having read them from cover to cover, or at any rate, it was not required for him to get familiar with the texts. Since both were verse anthologies, not collections of plays or books by Ibsen, Bergson, Butler, or Nietzsche, Shaw's preferred literary areas, it seems striking that GBS should retain them among his personal collections when he felt, unless he felt somewhere a kinship of interest or something like a common fellowship, something like a common fellowship or common bond. Like the worshipper of the life force, the poet of Gitanjali is no believer, is an idol or a strictly paradigmatized set of rituals. Rabindranath Tagore, I mean. But he is always on a plane of mutual longing, transcending the barriers of personal desires and other common limitations. The thirst is to attain a state. The thirst is for attaining a state in tune with God, a superhuman existence through love and mutual respect. A few samples from Gitanjali. The original 1912 edition may serve to illustrate the deeper level of at which both felt perhaps attuned. The initial poem of poem number 1 of Gitanjali, English edition, The Song of Rings, for example, in the anthology which salutes the unknown force. The, the initial poem begins like this: Thou hast made me endless, such is thy pleasure. Who is this? Who is this thou? This unknown force, on the ground of the poet's little self, being emptied again and again and being filled it forever with fresh life. He says, Rabindranath says in the poem itself, poem number 1 of Gitanjali, Song of Rings, at the immortal touch of thy hands, my little heart loses its limits in joy and gives birth to utterance ineffable. Quotes, ages pass, and still thou pourest, and still there is room to fill, FILL, unquote. In poem after poem, I am cutting it short. There is no use in repeating examples. In poem after poem, there is deep amazement of the great force that works through him in such a manner. In poem number 3, he wonders, I know not how thou singest, my master. The poet submits himself to the lofty force in a humble manner. Here is thy footstool, and there rest thy feet where live the poorest and lowliest and lost. Going against the traditional religious rites, he asserts in poem number 11, leave this chanting, quote, leave this chanting and singing and telling of beads. Open thine eyes and see thy God is not before thee, etc. What I want to emphasize is that like Shaw, Tagore also had a bigger vision. In poem after poem, this deep longing reveals itself as love or as light. Sometimes, as in poem 27 of Gitanjali, light, oh, where is the light? Kindle it with the burning fire of desire. In poem number 16, where he echoes Shaw's idea by desiring to play his role as a vehicle, a medium of the great force, the cosmic consciousness, he says, quote, I have had my invitation to this world's festival, dots. It was my part at this feast to play upon my instrument, and I have done all that I could. His vision of the better kingdom of men is the heaven of freedom. There is the famous poem where the mind is without fear. His heaven of freedom, ruled by God, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, and where knowledge is free. This elevation to a higher state of consciousness is repeated in poem by poem, and I do not repeat that. I am now coming down to the last part of the presentation. 100 poems of Kabir. 100 Poems of Kabir is the other book that was collected and selected and preserved by Lord Bernard Shaw in his own private collections. It is a stranger enterprise still. Rabindranath, who had for long been drawn towards mystic saints of medieval India like Kabir Dadu and Mirabai, and he received it via Kiti Mohan Sen and Ajit Kumar Chakraborty's efforts. He chose to compile and then translated a few songs and poems of Kabir, some of which he translated with care. And this was published in book format in London in 1914. Evelyn Underhill wrote a preface to this book, introduction to this book. Incidentally, the First World War was yet to begin in 1914. At this stage, Tagore found in Kabir's poems themes of universal love and religious unity. According to the publisher's note, it was, quote, one of the first books to introduce Kabir to the West, bringing together a selection of the most famous verses translated by one of India's foremost literary genius figures, unquote. Evelyn Underhill, the writer of the introduction to the anthology, is full of admiration for Kabir's universality of vision, calling it, quote, as thorough and as intense as that of the Quakers themselves. Kabir advocated, according to her, a simple union with divine reality, with capital D and capital R, which he perpetually extolled as like the duty and joy of every human soul. Every human soul. Like Tagore again, Kabir awaited discovery of God everywhere, not in any particular place, anticipating a sublime state of existence through every avenue. Like GBS and Tagore, once again, Kabir was courageous enough to discard tangible images. It was very dangerous in his time to do so. In poem number 42, from the poems of Kabir, I quote, entitled Tirath mein to sab pani hai. Poem number 42 begins with Tirath mein to sab pani hai. He says, there is nothing but water at the holy bathing places. Ghat, at all bathing ghats, at all holy bathing ghats, there is nothing but water. And I know that they are useless. Dots. The same poem number 42. The images are all lifeless. They cannot speak. The idols are being discarded. I know, for I have cried about to them. The Purana and the Quran are mere words, he says. How sublime it is. The Purana and the Quran are mere words. Lifting up the curtain, I have seen. Kabir himself says this. It concludes like this. Kabir gives utterance to the words of experience, and he knows very well that all other things are untrue. One important link that needs to be stressed is the common bond between one and the other out of this trio. All of them eschewed conventional religions, its rituals and rites, and not only felt comfortable in communion with the sublime, but also attempted to supersede the conventional path of human civilization in favor of a greater one. As post-colonialism is a lively avenue addressing all kinds of approaches, making possible interaction of the past with the present. Here is a newer aspect of it. Venture and vision of GBS, venture and vision of GBS and Tagore seem to stand at the same level along with Kabir, each of whom eschewed the traditional religion he was born into. Therefore, here is an implied mutuality. Instead of dividing the world and imposing the Western world order, here is a meeting point towards a more harmonized rather than more divided worldview. So that is my point made finally, that from the post-colonial lens, we can discover Tagore, GBS and Kabir together at the same level, at the same plane, and new studies, new scholarship, new researches can begin its journey from this point onwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gautam Sengupta, for your very interesting
Thank
and
you.
very fresh approach to certain topics that we have been reading. So you have not just redefined post-colonialism, but you have reread Tagore, Kabir, and and G.B. Shaw in a very different light. Thank you so much. we see that if we have any questions, we don't have any questions as such up now. People have praised your talk, but I don't think so that we have any questions. Do we have any questions? If you have any question, please post your question here.
Question may come now
I
or
think-
later on as they like.
Yes, whenever. Maybe they'll be inspired a little
They
later.
may be pondering about the questions, but
Yes.
still,
So
many
you're-
thanks to you, ma'am. Many
thank
thanks to you, ma'am.
very
And
It was very
and
refreshing. We've been reading Shaw and teaching Shaw. So your take on Shaw
thank
was
you,
very,
thank you,
and the way you linked
thank
Shaw
you,
and Kabir, that was very beautiful. So thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
I'm
You are muted now. Gautamji, you are muted now. So thank you so much. So with this, we move on to our next presenter, Dr. Chandak Dev. And Dr. Chandak Dev is an associate professor and head Department of English, JK College, Purulia, West Bengal. And his area of interest includes drama, Renaissance studies, and poetry. So today he'll make a presentation on negotiating indigeneity, linguistic imperialism, and cultural hegemony. Dr. Chandak Dev, please.
Thank you, ma'am. And I thank all of the organizers, including Tanmoy and his associates, the new Literaria platform, Midnapur Autonomous College, for holding this wonderful and, to my thought, almost an impossible task of holding this 3-day webinar, 11 hours every day. I begin, because the time is short, negotiating indigeneity, linguistic imperialism, and cultural hegemony. Both the terms or expressions are known by now to everybody. I begin with a caption: India has no national language. And I admitted in my abstract, and I do so here also, that I have taken certain basic tenets, some of the basic tenets, as a source from Robert Phillipson's Linguistic Imperialism and Antonio Gramsci's Cultural Hegemony. To begin with, what I'll do in this talk is to interrogate the concept of quote unquote nation, interrogating the intranational, not international, intranational linguistic cultural imperialism, or we might call it a part of the hegemonistic agenda, an illusion of a pan-national identity through language and thereby, as a corollary, through culture. So that is ultimately interrogating nation. And since the independence in post-colonial India, we have seen the swallowing of the indigenous, quote unquote, and the prioritization of the hegemonic, in the sense that there had been a kind of cultural history which took its root even before our national freedom or independence, which took a very big, which grew to big proportions after the independence. As regards the word hegemon, we yes, I will tell about that. The word hegemon, which comes from Greek, ancient Greece, from some 6th, 5th century BC to 3rd century AD, the dominance of one city-state over the other city-states. So the question of dominance is very important here, and one of the central issues. By dominance, I mean, apart from other dominances, political, societal, whatever, linguistic, cultural, hyphenated, linguistic, cultural dominance of the political and economic power center. Somebody already popped up, a question popped up, which comes within the purview of my discussion itself. Why I say that India doesn't have a national language, because Hindi is projected as the national language, but it is not a national language by, any dimension of linguistic interpretation. It is only the most major and the leading Indian official language. I'm coming to that. The notion of official language was envisaged in the Indian Constitution itself, and in the article numbers 343 to 351. Throughout all those 9 articles, the notion of official language has been dealt with in different approaches. Article number 343, in the Indian Constitution, told that after independence for 15 years, Hindi in Devanagari script would continue, would work and operate as the official language. Initially, there was the proposal of ousting English altogether, but both due to, mass resistance and also due to the impossibility of the project that the, constitution makers felt, that was withdrawn. So, 2 languages, Hindi as an Indian language, as official language, and English as a parallel official language, a non-Indian language. Well, 344 article, that makes a statement. Our purpose would be to make the progressive use of the Hindi language for all official purposes, for all official purposes. And in the 8th schedule, initially, we all know, there were originally 14 languages. Now, after the 92nd Amendment, that has come up to 22 Indian languages, plus English, that is 23. Another question popped up. I knew that this would give rise to a very strong resistance and debate. That is a good part of a discourse. I maintain that Hindi is only the official language of India, other than English, and not the national language, because India doesn't have any national language, linguistically speaking. Thus, Hindi being used not merely as an official language, but as an instrument of hegemonic control, the threat of the nation to be rewritten in the hands of a creamy few grew higher and higher since the independence in a post-colonial India. I would like to make it very clear, even before I complete my paper, that it is not against or for in favor of any language I don't have anything against Hindi. I love Hindi, and I think I can, well, carry Hindi, if not not as my vernacular, but quite well. That is not the question. The question is, when I come to one of my basic tenets that that I mentioned in the beginning of my lecture is Philipson's linguistic imperialism. I have taken only 5 basic, 5 basic tenets from, linguistic imperialism. Number 1, Philipson says, linguistic imperialism interlocks with a structure of imperialism in culture, education, media, communication, economy, politics, and military activities, and so forth. Number 2, the point Philipson makes, it is ideological. It is not merely a matter of one language staying or not staying. It is also ideological. Beliefs, attitudes, and imagery. Philipson remarks, imagery glorify the dominant language. It's a question of a dominant language. Stigmatize others and rationalize the linguistic hierarchy. Number 3, the third point from Robert Philipson's linguistic imperialism that I have, called the dominance, he says, is hegemonic. It is internalized and naturalized as being, quote unquote, normal. Number 4, this entails unequal rights for speakers of different languages. And number 5, it is a form of linguicism, a favoring of one language over the others. Linguicism serves to privilege the users of the standard forms of the dominant language. Now I turn to many questions are coming up. I will answer them as modestly as I can, as I have understood it. I would come to only two points, since time is very limited, from Gramsci's notion of cultural hegemony, which Antonio Gramsci's cultural hegemony, which he discusses in his prison notebooks and elsewhere. Number 1 is that cultural hegemony is a practice where rulers manipulate the perception and mores of the masses. The second point, very important, it has appeared to me, that he makes is first by imposing the language, first by imposition, and then by internalization and naturalization, the worldview of the ruling class, which the Germans call Weltanschauung, the worldview of the ruling class is established as the worldview of the masses and as the cultural norm. And it is also justified as the dominant ideology. After doing this, I would just, I couldn't, share it on the screen. However, if we look at the map of India in terms of languages, the language map of India, we would see that over 70% of the Indian population uses one or the other Indo-Aryan languages. And Sanskrit being the mother source, even before Sanskrit there were languages. However, Sanskrit, it is said, it is a cultivated language. Sanskar, what has been reformed is Sanskrit. Whatever, I'm not going into that debate right now. Sanskrit was divided into three major groups: the Western, the Southern, and the Eastern. The Western group, known as the Shauraseni group, which has given birth to many languages. I mention only some major languages like Western Hindi. From that, we have Hindi Urdu, Kannauji, Haryanvi, etc. And like Punjabi, Landa, etc. And Pahari is another, which has now been absolutely confined with Nepal and Himachal Pradesh, Nepali and Himachali. And then we have Gujarati, Rajasthani, etc., etc. That is the Western main branch, and the languages I told are the sub-branches. Then we come to the southern part. The southern branch that came from Sanskrit is known as Maharashtri, not Marathi, Maharashtri. There is Maldivian, Sinhalese, etc., etc. But the two most major languages coming out of the Maharashtri group are Marathi and Konkani. Marathi and Konkani. And the third coming out from Sanskrit is the Magadhi group. Magadhi group, the Eastern group, wherefrom we have Assamese, Bengali or Bangla, Odia, Bihari, and Eastern Hindi. Eastern Hindi, which is classified by the linguists as Chhattisgarhi Hindi. And Bihari again gets itself divided into Maithili, Magahi, and Bhojpuri. There might be other dialects, and there are other dialects, we all know, but these are some of the mentionable ones. Now, if we look at the Dravidian language and its subgroups, I am not mentioning all the languages because our time is very limited. I would only mention that over 22% people in India use languages from the Dravidian groups, and there are many more languages. We are used to call them minor languages, but may I please tell you, and may I please request you, apart from my areas of interest that respected chair Dr. Singh has mentioned, I also have a little bit interest in linguistics, especially the sociolinguistic history of any nation, but I don't know so many languages, so chiefly of India. So there are some other languages which obviously ought not to be called minor languages, but of course, they are used by small communities. But out of the 22% that use the Dravidian language or languages from its subgroups, like Tamil, Toda, Kota, etc., etc., all these languages, they occupy chiefly two states, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and I'm sorry, three states, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, Malayalam, Kerala, and then that is the South group. That is the South group. When we come to the South Central group, which is used in all its majority by Andhra Pradesh, in which Telugu is, of course, the most major language, and then Gondi, Konda, languages used by small communities are there. And some of the central languages are there. So this is more or less the division of the Dravidian language and its subgroups. Now the point is, it was obviously not based upon the power of any language, I believe. Nor was it based on the richness or the treasure or the repertoire of any language, that the official languages were decided. Before the 92nd Amendment, when 14 languages were there, many of these Dravidian languages were not scheduled languages of India. And it is very much a matter of concern, at least to me, and I think to many, that it was only in 2004 that Tamil was well recognized by the Indian Constitution as one of the classical languages. And when in this CBCS kind of syllabus, curriculum, which many of us are teaching in India, for the first time, a Tamil epic came to the academia. It crossed the threshold of academia, and I found as a teacher that it was largely unknown even to the academic intelligentsia of India. What I mean is, I will make three more points and I will conclude. One is that the linguistic and cultural hegemony through language appropriation, media, and advertisements. Nowadays, in many parts of Bengal and elsewhere, I think, it has become almost a fashion to pronounce the vernacular of the mother language either in Hindi tonality or in English tonality. Apart from, I don't mean those whose mother tongue is Hindi, obviously. So in language appropriation, in media flyers, in advertisements, there is a continuing process of establishing the northern languages and cultures as superior and more qualified. That is, it is to take, to express it in more concrete historical terms, the Aryan supremacy over the Dravidian. Today morning, in the initial stages of this webinar, when Professor Bill Ashcroft was talking, I attended his lecture very, very intently. Two or 3 points really caught my imagination and it stimulated me. One is, border is not a thing, it is a practice. So even if we don't have geographical borders, we may have linguistic or language borders, which is not at all desirable in a, federal republic like India. So it's a practice, and it is through linguistic and cultural practices that actually it is the language itself or the users of that language have nothing to do with it. So there's nothing that we should take it into our own accounts. It actually refers to and relates or interrogates the ruling class, interrogates the authority, interrogates the hegemonic preponderance and dominance of the Aryan culture. So there we have another point that caught my imagination, is there are borders within. And that is the reason why in the initial stages, in the beginning of my lecture, I talked about intranational linguistic cultural hegemony, borders within, the northern supremacy, othering the south, the east, and the northeast. And this webinar is being organized in collaboration with Assam University. Thanks to them also for holding such a beautiful webinar. And the Assam question by now is known to, a large section of Indians. And so my final proposition would be, let the Caliban's voices, Caliban's voice, this is also a phraseology that I borrowed from Professor Ashcroft's discussion this morning. So Caliban's voices disarm Prospero of his magic wand of linguistic cultural veil of illusion. And let's look at ourselves as we are, without the questions of superiority and inferiority, which is not actually a question from within us. It is a question which has been injected into us by a long-term planned hegemonic control over language and culture. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chandan Dev, for a very interesting lecture. And you spoke about the politics of language, and language, there's so many divide at so many levels, and we really need to bring Caliban into the forefront. So thank you for it. So we have an interesting question for you. So it says, over the years, we have seen the proliferation of English medium schools in India. Most of the parents prefer to send their children to English medium schools over vernacular schools, lest the children fail to crack the MNC jobs interviews. How do you see, under this light of globalization and the massive rise of corporate capitalism, this trend that is catching on, people sending children to the school? Why is this, you see, the hegemony of English language in India?
Yeah, it is actually a result of the hegemony of English language in India. And what happens actually, Hindi being the official language, state-wise, many languages are accepted. All the scheduled languages, I refer to the 8th schedule. But nobody can deny that Hindi is the main and the most major official language of India. But the problem is, as soon as we look at the socio-political and socio-economic scene or scenario, we would very easily find that the question involves the issue of corporatization. So both in the corporate world and elsewhere also, English still gains a kind of an advantage, a cultural and linguistic advantage, not simply because it may be, that may be part of the whole rationale, but not only because English is a richer language, but because we still suffer from the colonial legacy or hangover. And that being the scenario, however theoretically we might contest and exchange our views on this linguistic imperialism, cultural hegemony, etc., etc. But for the success of the material success of their words, the parental look is first cast over the English medium schools. But mind you, one thing, we very, very often refer to this point that people are sending their children to English medium schools. What do we mean by quote unquote people? Is it the majority of the people? No, never. If you look at only your surrounding, and if you consider that a very much privileged, well-paid class like ours constitutes the people of India, that is a misnomer.
Yeah, very true. So this question was by Saurav Sarkar. So we have another question for you by Anandya Sham Chaudhary. He says, what is this Assam question that you were referring to? You suddenly mentioned that this conference is in collaboration with Assam. So Anandya
No,
is...
Assam University, yeah.
So what is this Assam question?
No,
Were
no.
you referring
What
to language issue in Assam? Probably he means by that. What is this Assam question that
yeah.
Dr. Dev is referring to?
Yeah, yeah. I very passingly mentioned it, but it is a question indeed that look at the northern supremacy in India. You accept it or not consciously. Othering the south, othering the east, and othering the northeast. Assam belongs to the northeast, and whenever Assam is referred to, the first question that pops up in the Indian eye is possibly the Assamese and Bengali rift and so-called contradiction, which fundamentally is not there apart from the political hegemony and the political, the plans of the ruling class. We hardly, I mean, not we means I don't refer to people who are well educated, well cultivated, and concerned with culture, etc. But normally, Assam is very thinly referred to in the context of its rich culture, heritage, folk arts, performances. But the scenario of Assam being a troubled spot, and there is something going on, it's not even clear to the majority of the people of India, something going on between the Assamese and the Bengali. This picture is not only perpetrated, but also perpetuated by the ruling class for their certain hegemonic advantages. That was my point.
Thank you, Chandradev, for that. There's one question we'll quickly take up. It's by Dr. Shibu B. It says, is it merely a question of hegemony, the issue of language that you're talking about, of North over the rest, or does it hold any elements of religious fervor surrounding it? Do you believe religion also has to play, intersects with the language issue?
It does, but I won't say in this context that I was addressing in this issue, it doesn't do in a direct manner because when we talk of, for example, Urdu medium schools and a large portion of Urdu users, or maybe all the Urdu users of the Urdu language are Muslims by religion, that doesn't really, I think, come into the purview of a linguistic discussion directly, but indirectly it does. And I would also refer to very briefly a large section of what we call South India, which has no meaning actually. However, Southern India, if we call it, the Southern India people, a large section of those people are converted Christians. And there we see, if you go to the southern parts of India, cultural melting of the Tamil or the Dravidian cultural ethics and the Christian, fluidity. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chandardev, for a very
Sir, I'm Partho here.
Yes, yes.
Sir, two more observations. Actually, apart from Tanmoy being the assistant professor of Mednipur College, this webinar has nothing to do with Mednipur College. It is actually a webinar organized by New Literaria and Assam University. And another thing, that about Northeast, the observation that you made, if you look into the Indian writing in English, there actually what we'll see that Northeastern writers appears very thinly, rather all nowhere in apart from Mehrotra's Indian writing in English, that particular book, there is an article, but two other books, one by Srinivas Iyengar and another by another Indian writing in English. So in those two books, Northeastern writers are not present. So the observation that you made is
because they
beautiful.
are,
And
because they are linguistically, culturally marginalized. That was my point, actually. But they, if we boast of the nation, quote unquote, I told you, interrogating nation. If we boast of nation as an Indian, we cannot deny that the entire Northeast, the entire South has immense, unthinkable treasures of culture, language, and heritage. Well,
Okay,
thank you, Partho. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chandardev. With you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam, so much.
So much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
With this, we move on to our third speaker, and this will be our last speaker for this session, Dr. Subhadeep Paul. Dr. Subhadeep is from Bankura University, and Dr. Subhadeep is a young, dynamic scholar, and he has his interest on so many areas. He is into multiculturalism, new literatures, Indian writing in English, Hollywood cultural representations in Hollywood, American literature, Shakespeare studies, diaspora, posthumanism, trauma, border studies, and he is also a creative writer. So with this, I welcome you, Dr. Subhadeep, for your presentation on post-millennial new colonialism, critique and consideration. Dr. Subhadeep Paul.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I can get myself across to the other side. The audio and the video is perfectly okay, I hope. Yeah. Okay. At the very outset, I'll just request you a couple of minutes because there is a phone charging problem here. So I'll just put on the charger and I'll begin my lecture within 1 minute. So just give me a minute's time. Yeah.
So with the yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, perfect,
audible, I
perfect.
hope this time. Yeah, there was a technical problem. Thank you. It's resolved now. Let me very briefly, but from the core of my heart, thank New Literaria and the Department of English ACU Silchar, Professor Tanmoy Kundu in particular, for inviting me over. My regards to my chair, Professor Anita Singh of BHU. And with her kind permission, I begin my rather brief presentation. Now, my chair has mentioned the title of my talk. It is Post-Millennial Neocolonialism, Critical Considerations. There is much debate as to whether post-colonialism as an academic discipline has reached a point of stasis, whether it is no more than a stale and outdated exercise. There are camps both for and against it. However, when the hyphenated example be considered, one can unanimously agree that post-colonialism, far from reaching any saturation or ennui, is thriving more than ever, with the hegemonic superstructures and substructures of power dynamics gaining more stronghold than ever before, especially in a post-globalized era of hyper-consumerist late capitalism, assisted by usually far right, but sometimes far left oligarchical, plutocratic governments, basically aiding corporatocracy in the name of neoliberalized revivalism. Now, this is where things get interesting, because quite naturally, this has majorly affected through direct and indirect means subsidiary manifestations of the post-colonial world, affected by questions of work, labor, employment, migration, migrancy, precarity, minority and indigenous rights, etc. This is why Malready, Heidemann, Lawson, and Wilson have succinctly titled their book from Palgrave Macmillan as Reworking Postcolonialism, Globalization, Labor, and Rights. This is exactly what is the need of the hour: reworking and rethinking postcolonialism, which incidentally also predicates the title of this e-conference. The post-millennial chapter is founded on the vortex of the colonial past, but it is represented as neocolonialism, where identities, both individual and collective, are majorly determined by the machinations of neocolonial warlords, as in the case with American warlords, for example. Now, neocolonialism is more complex a dialectic because it relies on hidden subterfuges more than the physical or tangible model of establishing a structural colony. This is where the American model is distinctly different in character, contrasted to the British, German, or Roman empires. Neocolonialism entails geopolitical practices of using capitalism, business globalization, and cultural imperialism to influence a target nation. These days, we have multinational capitalism in vogue, as many of you know it very well, uh, instead of a direct military or politically controlled colonialism in effect. Now, this is very broadly put, but to get into the finer nuances of my argument, I have to tell you that nations compelled to accept the HIPC schemes of superpowers — by HIPC I mean the heavily indebted poor countries — are rule bound to follow the economic policies of bankers of the developed world. Foreign aid, though projected as humanitarian grants, are in fact wolf in sheep's clothing, proverbially, because the very structuring of debt repayment channel money from the developed world, much like the Indian banking structure at present, which is peaking interest rates and collateral for the bourgeoisie, so as to bail out big businessmen and industrialists, often without liquidity or solvency. As early as in 2006, when Israel received, I'll give you a statistical example. While Israel received 2,520 million US dollars in aid, and Ukraine received a paltry 122 and $115 million US dollars respectively. So you can understand it's almost 10 times the difference or more than that. Understandably, once again, this is for the Jewish vote lobby, the same reason why Palestine has been denuded, deterritorialized, and debunked in international affairs. So this is the reason why I wanted to predicate my paper not on mere literary examples or on theoretical quotations alone, but rather from the vantage point of international relations, post-millennial international relations, so that the efficacy of our arguments in a post-colonial world can be debated, and we might arrive at, if not decisive conclusions, but at least some, modicum of understanding of where things are going wrong. So when the nations projected as dependents flout superpower or first world norms, they are projected as errant, truant, and aberrant. And so instead of aid, its opposite, that is sanctions, quote unquote, are imposed, and newer trade and tariff measures are imposed on them, literally, as was the case during the NDA regime in India, when under the shadow of the Pokhran nuke tests, when they were conducted, the US immediately imposed sanctions. Neo-colonial nation states like the United States, and let me include China here as well, often use bulwark smaller states like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan to sustain their trade operations. Kwame Nkrumah defines neocolonialism as the last stage of imperialism, as evidenced from his 1965 essay. Nkrumah explains that the fallout of post-colonialism was that the post-colonies fought for a national character and gained independence from their imperial rulers. But in reality, the economic system and the political policy of such states is directly from outside control. The economic remote control is the major most decider of the state of affairs, and oftentimes it may not be a single, but let me repeat, a consortium of financial interests, a consortium of financial interests that may be dictating terms and conditions of business outcomes and public policy. Some examples. South Vietnam was ruled by the imperial dam of France, but the United States now controls the present neocolonial fate of the nation, while Congo is controlled by an assortment of international financial concerns. To say that development and demographic dividends are promoted by neocolonialism is a big misnomer. I stand this ground very strongly because in most cases, it is perceived that only capitalists and crony capitalists profit from such a system of governance, a system of rule. The bourgeois and the subaltern populace lose out as the chasm between the rich and the poor widen immensely. Many right-wing regimes today, like the United States itself or Brazil, are examples that need no explanation. Visible markers of such inequitable governance are, for example, falling or failing GDP, steep unemployment rates, crisis of migrancy, agricultural fiascos and farmer deaths or suicides, disaster relief inadequacies, climate or refugee woes, and heightened militarization and defense expenditure, uncontrolled domestic oil prices, faulty rationing, disbalanced insurance policies, unchecked privatization, so on and so forth. Without responsibility or accountability, power is carried on. This is the hallmark of the neocolonial imprint. Quite obviously, because it fails to accommodate welfare state principles, constitutional righteousness, and colonial liberation. So let me also mention in this context that one must assert in this regard that the ideological imperatives of decolonization, desired Desivad and nativism are oftentimes thwarted because despite a change of powers, unequal economic relationships between the developed West and the newly independent states still prevail and prevail quite well. Globalization and modernity in the post millennial phase, that is the post 2000 phase onwards, has shown the extent how new countries go in attempts to expedite cultural assimilation of a foreign territory. Failures of nativist revival, foreign pressures to widen or open markets at home result in governmental welcome policies designed to facilitate foreign investment. This happened in India in the 90s when brands and MNCs like McDonald's, Levi's, Ray-Ban, etc. arrived and opened their departmental stores. This was also followed by a Videshi wave. Bollywood movies like Subhash Ghai's Pardes and Karan Johar's Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, and indie pop and indie rap bands and singers like Apache Indian and Baba Sehgal entered the scene, not to forget the entire generation of youth who were fed by MTV and Channel V cultures. Such popular cultures, such radical cultural import and cultural imperialism changes the psychodynamics of a society's nature, for which a decade later, neocolonialism in India turned homebound. So, what I mean to say is this, that globalization is supplemented, if not replaced, by government aided privatization, with corporatocracy as the buzzword of economic maneuverability. Indeed, neocolonialism, whether internally or externally operated, is the worst form of imperialism because it involves power without accountability, a phrase that I had used maybe a couple of times in my lecture, and exploits thoroughly. This is an exploitation without any sort of understandable recompense. Post-millennial neocolonialism is covertly structured on media distortion, yellow journalism, and Western bias. As many of Jamaica Glenner's political cartoons on Twitter serve to reveal. Of late, one has seen nefarious Chinese corporate investments in Brazil and Jamaica. The Amazon fires can be explained that way, with right-wing evangelical politician Jair Bolsonaro paving the way for this kind of seedy investment. And quite obviously, because of this, tribal rights in the rainforests are at an all-time irreversible risk. It saddens me, but the fact of the matter is this, that maybe the Indian subcontinent is also undergoing this kind of a phase at this moment. Using fiscal and military tactics to silence the enemy, viz. Iraq and Somalia, good examples, and using propaganda machinery to subjugate political or public opinion at home. The US is seen to lead this trend. This becomes a discernible example of censorship at home and beyond. No wonder senators talk about curbing greenhouse emissions only when they are in opposition. While when they are in power, they don't want public opinion and activism to block resource exploitation, even if it be by sacrificing time-tested reserve forests and irreversible natural landscapes. So in this regard, let me give you the example of a very wonderful critic, Daitma Rodaman, in his The Rutledge Companion to Decolonization. In this particular book, he observes that the colonial empires had taken almost 3 centuries to consolidate themselves. But between 1947, when incidentally India gained independence, till the mid 1960s, so let's take 1965 as a hallmark year, when nationalism was at its peak and new nation states had formed, it had taken only 3 to 4 decades for neocolonialism to take full swing, thereby thwarting decolonization and resulting in quasi-colonial formations related to the very well-known dependency theory in economics and international relations. Western superpowers like the United States resort to seemingly secular bodies like the IMF, who structurally adjust resources in their favor without direct acquisition of foreign landscapes. But these days, maybe even that is changing because foreign landscapes are in bid for auction. Moritz Julius Born in 1938, in his book *The Crumbling of Empire*, the disintegration of world economy, uses the term counter-colonization to synonymize decolonization. So what he basically means to say is that vertical colonialism, this is the term that he uses, vertical colonialism cannot be extended any longer to penetrate subject societies, as for instance evidence in his own milieu itself. This book was, this idea came about in 1938. So we can understand very well that this was the milieu when the Great Depression had already taken place. And we might not know it, or some of us might know it, that this was also the period when, exchange manipulations and protectionism became the norm of the day. It was practiced in a very risk manner. So how do I, bring about all these things together from the perspective of our contemporaneity? I feel that one must accept that the post-millennial chapter, which is seen rather a post-truth approach to justice itself, nowadays even that has been brought up to question, has seen that new age post-colonial studies must come out of the rather rarefied atmosphere of the academia's mere jabberings of discourse analysis, and understand the complex global relations of creditors and debtors. This is something very interesting. To give you just a very brief anecdote, I had once spoken to a certain a petty businessman that way about the fact that I was at that point of time high on a home loan, and he said that not to worry because the whole world is now in debt, certainly our own country. But then that's not something that we ought to throw caution to the winds for that matter. I would mention that, in fact, the eccentric theory of imperialism advocates political cooperation. For example, if we might take it in our own context, the Indian National Congress had as its, one of its political resolutions, the idea of dominion status before Purna Swaraj was aimed at that way. So whatever be the polemical argument that we might draw out in concern, we ought to be careful of our the actions and the machinations of our quote unquote collaborating elites, okay, and their roles in systemic coercion. The agenda of these quote unquote national elites, whoever they are or they might be, are often ulterior to democratic progress, which is why direct people's movements, and we have seen a lot in the post-millennial chapter of people in India, of people in the United States, the 99 versus 1 movement, where after the Great Recession, coming out and making their own agenda demands. So direct people's movements are very, very important. Even Nkrumah had recommended it from the 60s itself. And by this, I do not mean mere civil rights appeals based on moralizing arguments, but literal democratic demands made on the right of vote, which of course has to be collectively mobilized. Otherwise, it would be rendered, not efficacious that way. So if Lenin saw imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, post-millennium neocolonialism, I feel, has brought us to the end point of the last stage of capitalism, and what can happen after this is really a matter of grave concern. I am not, I'm not a Jyotish or a fortune teller or an astrologer that way, that I'll be able to predict the future, nor am I a futurist in that sense. But from what I can gauge, or from what I can surmise, I must inform all of you the fact that we are, on the brink of a dead-end collapse. And this will definitely result in fiscal anarchy. This will result in the worst extremities of possession and dispossession. And as Nkrumah pointed out, it might even be the cause for the Third World War. I hope to remain utopian, just like the movie, some of you might have watched that award-winning, Academy Award-winning movie, Black Panther, where the idea of Black utopia is conceived, the Black utopia, but then not predicated on white supremacist lines. We might have to configure alternative, lines of thought, where I do understand that even this particular century, the 21st century, the post-21st century, is also viewed as the Asian century, for that matter. If Europe could collectively do this, as Nkrumah had pointed out, I am sure with certain visionary ends, even Asia, Africa, and if so to say, the entire Orient, I hate to use that word, but the entire East can definitely collaborate and find a way out of this predicament. And these contentions match the theoretical pronouncements of Harth and Negri in Empire. There's a wonderful book on this by a very lesser known book, though, by M.K. Saini, called Politics of Multinationals, a Pattern in Neocolonialism. This came out in 1981. It was released by, I think, Gitanjali Prakashan, but I found this to be very useful in the way it had charted out the times to come. There is of course, W.J. Pomeroy's American Neocolonialism, its emergence in Philippines and Asia, but by this time I'm sure it has predicated elsewhere as well, who harp on the same opinion. So to conclude, I think without ado, or to conclude very succinctly, we must be wary, definitely, of the ills of socialism, or for that matter, if I'm not using that term, the ills of collective goodwill. And the ills of collective goodwill are, ill-minded foreign advisors, Western counterintelligence, alien military bases, and definitely, as we are witnessing now, rogue satellite states. But above all, we must be wary of the leaders who represent us or claim to represent us through popular mandate or coercion. We must be our own watchdogs. So thank you so much. Thank you very much for this. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sukhdev, for a very interesting and dense lecture. You spoke about the insidious new ways that colonialism is manifesting itself. It's not an enemy out there. So the enemy is kind of spread all over, whether it's economics, military, environment, and so on and so forth. So we have a question for you. This is by Priyadarshini Gupta. So she writes, can you shed some light on the connection between neocolonialism and Orientalism after 9/11? In short, she says, how does the United States complicate and uncomplicate its hegemonic control over the Middle East? So this is a question for you.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very relevant question. Quite decisively, I did not introduce. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Quite decisively, I did not introduce the post 9/11 phenomena, because that would have been in a certain way if we draw a timeline pre-millennial in that sense. But then that is very important. I would like to draw this, effect and counter effect from the 90s itself. That's why I gave the examples from the 90s. I would say that, you see, Priyadarshini, the United States has been through and through, one of the most key factors of exercising this hegemony, this militaristic, this economic, and basically the hegemony over the world systems altogether. The New World Order, the NWO, was also formed because of this. We know that very well. The G8 summits had failed. The Copenhagen conference meets had failed. In many ways, climate change remains a problem. But one thing which is important is this, that, after the Scythian Orientalism had reached a certain pinnacle, that way, we have had also seen the reverse of it, that is Occidentalism operating in unique ways. And I recently presented a paper on the idea of Occidentomania. As we understand it, it can also be Orientalophobia, whichever way we the gaze is pointing out to you. But then, the Middle East has always been targeted for, because of the American agenda of factionalism and rule through factionalism. That's what they have done in Iraq, Iran. And if you read, one of the most important post-colonial critics, but then he is very, I think, wrongly only known as a Marxist critic, who is Ziauddin Sardar. If you read books like Why Do People Hate America, American Dream, Global Nightmare, the titles are very self-evident. You would understand that, many of these neocolonial agendas that I talk about, and I'm not just, blaming America or vilifying it. There are other superpowers working in collusion. But one thing which is very evident is this, that the very idea of disintegrating big, sovereign states and inducing factionalism in them, and then making them dependent, on the so-called aids and rations of the superpowers. That is the basic economic policy that they follow, and which of course has its cultural and social ramifications. And I did point out the example of Ukraine, for instance. If you look at some of the very worst hit countries in Russia, the erstwhile USSR, or if you look at some of the, terribly exploited nations of the African continent, and Somalia is not the only example. You'd understand that they have had this long-standing policy by which even popular protest is manipulated through several reasons, through several ways. And of course, in this light, any kind of public counter resistance or counter, I wouldn't use the word counter hegemony, because public resistance is hardly hegemonic in that sense. It's basically a clamoring for rights. Public resistance would always be vilified. It would be branded. It would be quelled through various means, the ones that I had pointed out. And that would be the negative side of Orientalism. So the main agenda in this entire discourse, which links politics to economics to your socio-cultural life, is to come out of the shadow of being an Oriental in the very first place, and facing the world up square and personal, and understanding that every governmental regime is susceptible to scrutiny and change, and thereby standing with righteousness. So that's the way I see, our agendas, the public agendas, really reaching a point of friction that way. Yeah.
Thank you, Subhati. With one more question, we can probably wind up this session. The question is by Dr. Shibu B. And how do cultural productions endorse neocolonialism? How
Yes.
do
Yeah. Yeah. I see. I would see it the other way around. You see, it's neocolonialism that actually induces, cultural consumption or cultural production. You see, I did point out some examples from films, because I dilly-dally a little bit into cultural studies and popular culture. Let me give you a very good example that might serve to illuminate what I'm trying to say, which is this, that, the 90s had a movie called Independence Day, a Hollywood movie, very famous Hollywood movie. And in that particular movie, the Independence Day of America becomes projected as the independence, celebratory day of the entire world. And the bashing of the aliens in that manner is something that we must all collectively stand to participate in. However, what I found very interesting in that regard is this, that a lot of movies followed, which pitted one non-Westerner against another. So the basic idea is this, that if you are, let's say, an Arab, you would get delighted if a white supremacist bashes up a black guy that way. Okay, but that is something that we have to understand, and that is something that we have to collectively and of course definitely individually voice our opinions against. This is not to say that in this post-globalized world, economic exchanges and economic interdependencies has to be foregone. They will not be foregone. But then the basic idea of consumption cultures that way gets predicated on the fact that these superpowers, they establish themselves by the very virtue of their soft power of sellability. This is something which is known as soft power that way, of sellability. And if we can resist that cultural imperialism, which is perhaps one of the most covert forms of imperialism, very silent but seldom taken as a problematic, then I think we can definitely make way for our own consumption and distribution networks to be envisaged that way.
Thank you so much, Subhati. for your presentation and for taking these questions. So with this, I thank all the three presenters of this session, Dr. Gautam Sengupta, Dr. Chandan Dev, and Dr. Subhadeep Paul. And I guess we can close this session now with thanks to the New Literaria Journal and Assam University for organizing this seminar. And particularly my thanks goes on to for Tanmay Kundu. He is absolutely, full of energy. And I really admire his absolutely, the kind of energy that he displays in organizing, bringing people together. Tanmay, thanks goes to you as well. So thank you all. Thanks to all the attendees for being here. So with this, we close this session, or do we have another session after this? This is the last session. Thank you.
No, ma'am. Photo thanks is Lihu.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Mobida, you carry on.
Okay. I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Anita Singh for chairing this session. And I would like to thank our distinguished speakers for exploring several facets of post-colonialism in literary writings and in the current scenario, and for enriching us. So we have thoroughly enjoyed it. And thanks to all the participants who joined here on this virtual platform. Thank you all for your kind attention and for making this session successful. So now we have come to the end of our session. I will now take your leave. Thank you.
Tanmoy?
Mosabi, carry on. You carry on.
Good evening, one and all present here. On behalf of the Organized Society of an International E-Conference on Rethinking the Post-Colonial Texts and Content, organized by New Literaria, an international journal of marketing studies and review, in collaboration with Assam University. Myself, Moshini Kundu, would like to welcome you all. Today, in this technical session, we have with us Dr. Tulsi Das, Associate Professor of English, Berhampur University, Odisha, as a chair person. Professor Das needs no introduction as he is a very familiar name in the field of English literary academy.
You're not audible. You're not audible.
Am I audible now?
No, the host is not audible.
Am I audible now?
Mosabi, you unplug your audio, your microphone, then plug it again. Plug it in again.
Am I audible now?
Musumi, you try to be a bit louder. I think then the problem can be minimized a little bit.
Am I audible now? Am I audible? Am I audible now?
You are visible, not audible.
Am I audible now? Please see, am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes, you continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, you continue.
Okay. On behalf of the organizing committee of an international e-conference on rethinking the post-colonial takes and context, organized by New Literaria, an international journal of multidisciplinary studies and humanity, in collaboration with Assam University. Myself, Mosmi Kundu, would like to welcome you all. Today in this technical session, we have with us Professor Shruti Dash, Associate Professor of English, Barham University, Orissa, as a chairperson. Professor Dash needs no introduction as she is a very familiar name in the field of English literary academia, in home and abroad. She is a translator, creative writer, and critic. She has presented papers in numerous seminars and conferences around the globe. She has numerous publications. Madam, welcome you here as a chairperson in this session.
Can someone tell me what to do now? I couldn't hear her at all. Are we starting it? I couldn't hear Ms. Kundu at all. So if someone can tell me.
Yes, ma'am. You just carry on. She might be having a problem.
Yeah. So what should I do now? Should I start the session?
Yeah. You just start the session.
Thank you very much. So a very good evening to all of you. I must really congratulate Tanmay Kundu and his team for organizing such a marathon, one of its kind, unique conference. In fact, I think Tanmay Kundu and Assam University have brought together the academia from across the globe. So you have people from the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. It's such a wonderful, wonderful conference. The first day was very good. I attended a little bit because I was very busy with other things. Anyway, and I won't delay because already we are 22 minutes into our sessions, but because Professor Paul was talking and that was such an enlightening talk, we couldn't begin it. So the paper presenters will be waiting here. So without much ado, let me name the paper presenters. Am I clearly audible? Please let me know if I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So we have 6 presenters with us, and the time is 10 minutes for each presenter. And each presenter has to finish their whatever they want to say within 7 minutes, and we give you 3 minutes to wind up or wrap up whatever you wanted to say. And then at the end of all the 6 presentations, we will invite interactions. I hope the instructions are clear. Well, the first presenter, we have like 6 papers and 6 presenters. The 6 presenters are Ms. Mehak Bhola. She will be presenting a paper on gender in transnationalist space, a study of Fawzia Rafiq's Kina. Then the second presenter is Sutista Ghosh. She will be talking on nationalist contest and alternative modernity in Upendra Kishore Rai Chaudhary's popular science writings. There is Siddharth Mukherjee, the third speaker, who will be talking on transnational collocations, relocating post-colonial theory as an appropriative act of praxis. Then Dr. Ramdin Pari, who will be talking on centering the transnational female experience in Americana. Then the fifth speaker is Anindita Shom, who will be talking on travels, transnationalism, and borders, a reading of Amitabh Ghosh's The Shadow Lines. The final speaker will be Payal Pal, who will be talking on national imaginary, precarity, and agency in Basharat Pierce. Well, I don't see anything else here in Basharat Pierce writings, I believe.
Ma'am, it is Basharat Pierce Curfewed Night. I think it has been missed in the schedule.
Okay. That's a lovely book. Yes. Basharat Pierce Curfewed Night. Fine. So now I invite Ms. Mehak Bhola to make her presentation, and we will give you exactly 10 minutes, take 7 minutes to talk and 3 minutes to wrap up. Over to you, Mehak.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Am I audible, first of all?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Das for her generous introduction. I'll start with my paper. I am Mehak Bhola, research scholar from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, Delhi. The title of my paper is Gender in a Transnationalist Space, a study of Fawzia Rafiq's Sakina. While the impact of transnationalism and transnational practices in all societies and cultures is not a recent phenomena, the recognition of transnationalism as a conceptual and analytical tool within academic circles is still in the early stage of its development. The transnational approach in migration research is sustained by a critical appreciation of the fact that much of the conventional migration research is closely associated with the processes of nation state formation in the 20th century, leading to a state of affairs where Wimmer and Schiller state, and I quote, nation state building processes have fundamentally shaped the ways immigration has been perceived and received. The criticism of the methodological nationalism could be conceived as a major rationale motivating many researchers' adoption of transnationalism as a relevant theoretical approach. Gender as a phenomena appears to be in a constant state of negotiation with body, language, as well as with embodiment. Throughout the extensive course of history, gendered constructions have been depicted amidst literature against
certain cultural constructions. As every literary text is produced out of crucial cultural conditions, the notion stands purely true in case of gender studies. The binary which runs between the masculine and the feminine and its various nuances hereby contribute in problematizing the literary field. Various texts lay out similar concerns of depicting the internalization of certain codes. The very term quote unquote code becomes a key issue whilst engaging with gender studies, as it is imperative in any study of gender. The idea of masculinity and femininity is more or less a construction and replication of certain codes of behavior. Such codes can be recognized in conduct, dressing, language, embodiment, etc. Essentially, they are critical feature of a relatively defined code system. The codes, along with a few other latent features, combine together in order to problematize the male-female essentialist ideologies, besides concealing their constructed quality. Thus, it becomes critical to identify the gendered identities as not natural givens but a notion which is artificially constructed. Only it is so endlessly ritualized, internalized, and replicated that after a certain period of their constructed quality precedes any interrogation. In other words, their construction is consumed inarguably. However, upon placing it under scrutinization, an entire series of questions arise to surface. For instance, one begins to think to what extent is gender biologically determined and to what extent it is culturally determined. This in turn leads to one contemplating if there is a cultural component to gender or it is entirely a cultural construction or a balancing point between the two. The different diasporic groups have recognized the neo-colonial tendencies of the imperialist notions as they were directly exposed to the systemic oppression. Since imperialism initially operates through economic negotiations with its subjects, globalization feeds its spread as it basically frees trade across nations. Historically, imperialism used similar schemes to penetrate several economies and then turned towards a socio-political ascendancy upon the colonized state. The present paper attempts to examine such differences from a transnationalist perspective, where these identities become more complex as the racial, sexual, and class identities also conflate with the gendered antithesis in a transnationalist space. A pivotal writer amidst the vast field of Punjabi Parvasi literature is Fawzia Rafiq. Amongst several progressive and eloquent works presented by her, Sakina holds an eccentric position, and its eccentricity lies precisely in the wide range of feminist representation and experientiality that it entails. Rafiq underlines the vision of stifling existence led by a Punjabi Islamic woman who battles against a variety of claustrophobic patriarchal structures which eventually succeeds in entrapping her. The narrative initiates through the depiction of substantial instances exercising subjugation upon her as a child and other female characters, which later turns to portray how her transgressive attempts were obviated as an adult and entirely prescribed, eventually leading towards an abusive marital relationship that lands her in the state of Canada. On one hand, from the years Sakina spent growing in Lahore, Rafiq seems to measure the gravity of the vulnerable state endowed upon Sakina through her gender, and how later in the text her race, class, and religion also becomes her nemesis. The author skillfully crafts the metaphor of a toti, in which runs in parallel with Sakina, whose wings were clipped in order to eliminate any contingencies of transgression. Essentially, it is towards the end that Sakina becomes aware of the chronic suppression which she had been tolerating, and it is her migration that aids her realization. When she articulates, Rafiq narrates, and I quote, "In Canada, I am inferior, not just because of my sex, but also because of my color, race, and religion." Unquote. It can be interpreted as an evidence of the connection which exists between the diasporic and transnational feminist ideology of the author and several transnational feminist theorists. It is the internalized construction of this system which Rafiq uncovers through her novel. Sakina's impending tragedy was causative of her overwhelming existence that has been marked by her fatal displacement and the dominant discourse forcing her towards a suffocating end. The plight of third world immigrants, especially women, has been outlined by an influential transnational feminist theorist, Chandra Mohanty, through delineating her own genealogy in her seminal essay, I quote, "Sister Coalition and the Politics of Experience," unquote. And she states in her essay, "In this country, I am, for instance, subject to a woman to a number of political definitions where I am post-colonial, immigrant, third world, and now a citizen of color," unquote. Mohanty asserts for the establishment of a decolonial, third world feminist coalition so that a transnational feminist praxis could be emancipated. Her project envisions an anti capitalist feminism, and she evidently acclaims, and I quote, "I see myself as an anti racial feminist." Unquote. Her genealogy provides a theoretical ground for contextualizing the circumstances of third world women's struggles like Sakina. The transnational feminist theory, as well as praxis, thrusts the mobilization of an anti capitalist critique in order to decolonize the prejudiced post colonial psyche, which poses threats to the liberation of third world women. Besides theorizing agency, it also speculates the notions of identity. It appeals for a reform in the form of a resistance which operates in the context of feminist trans-border solidarity so that a revolution could emerge. Thus, an evolution seeking metamorphosis in the standing of third world women could be sought in identifying their significance as well as potential against several different forces of neo-colonialism as well as colonial legacies. Mohanty argues, and I quote, "I firmly believe an anti-racist feminist framework anchored in decolonialization and committed to an anti-capitalist critique is necessary at this time." Unquote. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Das.
Thank you so much. And you have kept to time absolutely. Thank you. And as I said, we will have the discussion after all the papers are over.
Sure.
So that we can have some kind of, everybody can question each other and have a good interaction then, instead of having a single paper. Next is Sutishta Ghosh. Is she there? Well, her presentation is on nationalist context and alternative modernity in Upendra Kishore Rai Chaudhry's popular science writings.
Thank you so much, madam. Good evening.
You're most welcome. Your time starts now, and you know that you have to finish within, try to finish within 7 minutes. You have 3 more minutes to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you so much, madam. Okay, and good evening to all the organizers, the delegates, the paper presenters, and all the participants present here. I'm Sutishta Ghosh. I'm an assistant professor of English in West Bengal Education Service. I'm now posted at Kobi Jagutram Roy Government General Degree College, Media. The title of my paper is Nationalist Context and Alternative Modernity in Upendra Kishore Rai Chaudhry's Popular Science Writings. Let me now read out my paper. Madam, I am audible? Am I audible, madam? Hope that I'm audible.
Sutista, you are audible.
Okay, the very response.
Perfectly well.
Okay,
Please go
thank
on.
you. The very response. Okay. The very response to modernity in the late 19th and early 20th century Bengal had always been ambivalent, dwindling between the poles of acceptance and rejection, simply because the history of modernity in India had been invariably embedded in the history of colonialism. The ambivalence that can be theoretically put in the words of Dilip Parmeshwar Gaonkar as that between, I'm quoting, the pool of sameness and the forces making for difference, unquote. The response to modernity was an offshoot of the cultural project of nationalism that, in its burgeoning state, formulated its nationalist ideology in terms of a creative synthesis between the best of the East and the best of the West. In the context of modernity, this can be articulated by taking recourse to Charles Taylor's theoretical formulation of creative adaptation. However, between these two extremes, there was a proclivity to negotiate between the poles of acceptance, leading to sameness, and at the same time, the crucial nationalist necessity to make difference. And it is in this negotiation that the essence of alternative modernity could be found. It is from this premise that the basic arguments of this paper would follow. In the corpus of science articles for children in the juvenile periodicals of the late 19th and early 20th century Bengal, which heavily borrowed from Western science, one finds how the middle class reformed Bengali intelligentsia under the profound inspiration of nationalist feelings exercise the modern ideals of rationality to determine that the particular needs of their situation would never be fulfilled by merely translating and mindless epic of the Western science, but by incorporating within its corpus such elements as derived from indigenous tradition that would endow it with an indigenous dimension and also put it in a specific native context. The particular needs, as becomes evident, were for creating an accomplished future citizen bereft of colonial indignities, empowered with scientific knowledge, and surcharged with nationalist feelings through the encounter with the indigenous elements. However, it is not always that Upendra Kishore Rai Choudhury, a prominent 19th century Bengali children's writer, mentions the sources of his derivation explicitly. The derivative nature of his science writings is to be understood implicitly from various references to the stories of the Sahibs and the European adventurers that he incorporates within the body of his popular science writings. But what is significant is that even within the presumably derivative space, he lives his unique signature of indigenization. Upendra Kishore sometimes embraces the traditional Indian myths, mostly Hindu myths, while writing science articles for children, which can be perceived as a unique way of indigenizing and apparently Western epistemology, that is science. One of the basic premises around which nationalist consciousness was gradually taking shape in colonial India, as Partha Chatterjee observes, was the reevaluation of the attributes of the indigenous culture and locating the difference therein. I'm quoting, the more nationalism engaged in its contest with the colonial power, the more it insisted on displaying the marks of its essential cultural difference. Unquote. Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay tried to locate this difference in the spiritual dimension of indigenous Hindu culture that presupposes superiority on the grounds of ethicality. Again, the common classical sanskritic base of Hinduism was considered one of the crucial reasons, among others, to be obtained as national culture. Almost at the same time, the Adi Brahmanitas' defense of indigenous culture against the West-inspired ideologies also led to the earliest expression of nationalist feelings and the ideologies in colonial Bengal. Now, in this context of the upsurge of nationalist spirit, Upendra Kishore's incorporation of ancient Sanskritic tradition associated with Hindu cultural tradition in the corpus of his popular science writing, of course, deserves critical attention. Upendra Kishore, himself a follower of Bambooism, made attempts to make the children identify with their national cultural ideal. In employing these words of indigenous cultural epistemologies, he seems to have two specific purposes: either to extend the horizon of imagination of the children to analogies, or to discard the absurdities associated with the myths. Imagination is considered to be an important attribute of cultural modernity. The primers of the first half of the 19th century in colonial Bengal fashioned as part the early 19th century early 19th century rationality and a distrust of imagination. By seeking the difference in the nature of the indigenous culture,
trait of Western culture and modern culture and to be an aid in the rational appreciation of science, Upendra Kishore certainly unfolds the spirit of alternative modernity within the textual peripheries of popular science writings. In the text Shealer Golpo, that is Tale of Fox, Upendra Kishore seeks to impart to the children lessons on the fox's natural cunningness and about its temperamental weakness. While attempting to humorously broach the topic of the fox's supposedly wide range of knowledge coupled with cunningness, he brings in an analogy that involves an indigenous reference to a Bengali caste and a traditional Indian myth. I'm quoting, which I have translated myself. Just as Napids are among the humans, the crows among the birds, Narada Muni among the gods, and so is the fox among the animals. Unquote. In Hindu mythology, Narada Muni, the son of Brahma and the devout worshipper of Lord Vishnu, is known to be a great Vedic sage who was also called Devarshi for the range of his knowledge. Along with Narada's scholastic range of knowledge, many anecdotes about such natural mischievous cunningness also find expression in Hindu mythologies. As Upendra Kishore appropriates this myth about Narada Muni to define the all-knowing scholastic attitude of the fox coupled with its shrewd cunningness, his primary intention seems to be expanding the imagination of the children where they can imaginatively connect the scientific truth about the fox's cunning knowledge with that of the mythical stories of Narada Muni. In the article Gorilla, as Upendra Kishore Raichaudhuri expatiates on the African gorillas who reside in the African forest, he tries to formulate the idea. In this connection, he introduces an analogy from the ancient Indian epic, the Ramayana. I'm quoting, just as Hanuman was among the warriors of Sri Ramachandra, so is gorilla among the animals to that country, that is Africa. Unquote. The point of similarity that the analogy tries to bring home is regarding the chief status or position shared by Hanuman and gorilla in their respective contexts. In Ramayana, Hanuman is a devout devotee of Sri Ramachandra and the chief of the Banki warriors who fought for the sake of Sri Rama. What is significant is that Upendra Kishore avoids mentioning, perhaps deliberately, the mythical accounts of superhuman adventures undertaken by Hanuman, like the lifting above the whole mountain of Kailasa, the building of the bridge across the ocean, like the Setu Bandhana and the like. Neither does it extol the status of divinity enjoyed by Hanuman in the Hindu cult of devotion. Rather, by comparing the Hanuman with gorilla, he simply underscores its animal form. His adoption of the reference from the Ramayana in his analogy is secular and in keeping with the essence of the Brahma spirit of modernity. However, by bringing in an analogy from ancient Indian mythical tradition, he happens to create an imaginative space where the children can at least imaginatively reconnect with the mythical stories of Hanuman and Sri Ramachandra so as to understand the position and status of gorilla among the African animals. In the article Tibingil, Upendra Kishore happens to introduce the children with the mammal sea animals like what is known in the ancient Indian tradition as Thimingil, which literally means a gigantic sea animal, which can even gulp well. And herein he brings in a reference from the ancient Sanskrit epic Raghuvamsham by the great classical poet Kalidasa. Upendra Kishore even goes a bit further to point to the children that even an ancient Indian epic has pocketedly captured the scientific details about the wells, which is actually matched by the practical observation. In Akasher Kotha, that is about sky, which is a scientific article on astronomical issues, employs a myth from the ancient epic of the Mahabharata. More such similar instances can be cited from Upendra Kishore's popular science writings. Therefore, an analysis of Upendra Kishore's incorporation of the indigenous elements from the ancient Indian Sanskritic tradition reveals that in his vision, mythic imagination and scientific imagination was not always exclusive, but often inclusive, as myths and references from ancient Indian tradition often seem to endorse the scientific truths and observations. This is one perspective that justifies a claim of alternative modernity exhibited by Upendra Kishore, as he provided the culturally informed indigenous equivalent of the Western cultural modernity, that is imagination. Again, Upendra Kishore proves deliberately meticulous in discarding the irrational aspects of ethical traditions with a view to developing scientific temperament among the children. Tradition, when carefully reformed through the modern ideals of rationality, was considered worthy to sustain and nourish children, leading to a better nation where the bones of modernity could be firmly rooted in and harmonized with the best elements of the indigenous tradition and culture. In the nationalist context, the concept of modernity envisioned by Upendra Kishore was therefore a different modernity, belief in science, imagination, and rationality in a holistic, harmonious illusion. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Pratishta Ghosh. It was a very, very interesting paper. So let's see what questions you get. Over to the third presenter, Mr. Siddharth Mukherjee. So Mr. Siddharth Mukherjee is going to talk on transnational collocation, relocating post-colonial theory as an appropriative act of praxis. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I'm audible. My internet is running on an extremely low bandwidth speed. Anyway, I am Siddharth.
You're very clearly audible. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm Siddhartha Mukherjee. I've recently completed my master's in English literature and I aspired to be a research scholar. Currently, I am a student of photography and computer science at the same time. Before beginning my paper, I would like to thank Professor Tanmoy Kundu and Professor Parthasarathi Mondol and all the distinguished members of the conference committee and advisory committee for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this international e-conference. And for presenting my paper, I'm sticking to the traditional way of reading it out, so kindly bear with me. The title of my paper, I'm repeating it again, is Transnational Collocation, Relocating Post-Colonial Theory as an Appropriative Act of Praxis. With the emergence of politicized narratives, literary theories are now not simply an act of evaluation. Any theory is a hybrid concept in which an epistemological claim for knowledge or truth masquerades cultural spaces. The transformative spaces in a text, that is those which do not readily give up their meaning, are the self-reflexive instances of praxis. Post-colonial texts, no longer dialectical in their force, but merely structuralist, dovetail with polyphonic overcoding to generate indeterminacy, whereas the voices of characters and narrators overlap with the authorial voice and/or forms of the collective voice through which tradition emerges. However, it is possible to trace the coherence of effects resulting from the implicit assumptions of collocation in all its complexities and incongruities as the primary referent. W.H. New's book, Among Worlds, describes the thematic parallels that mark the literary contemporaneity of each Commonwealth culture and the ways in which the writers have used their culture's preoccupations to construct separate and multiple worlds. And New makes a very interesting claim for a predominant ironic mode in post-colonial literatures, where time, place, and community give rise to comparable attitudes and constricting dilemmas. In this sense, Kazuo Ishiguro's The Buried Giant and Tarashankar Bandyopadhyay's Choitali Ghurni are exemplary of the manner in which world literature can be collocated within a transnational framework. Yet, the political and social context in which they are engendered reaffirm the singularity of praxis to the point at which the texts fit perfectly into their respective narrative convention. This symptomal interpenetration of two different periods, two different countries, and two different languages of two culturally different authors signals a heterogeneity where the idea of collocation becomes empirical, held in a time frame of relativism that shows the eclectic range of post-colonial theory. This transnational collocation, in all its resplendent variability, also questions the making of history, entwined with the social production of space, the structuring of colonialism. Choitali Ghurni was published in 1931, which follows the story of a young couple, Goshtho and Damini, living in a remote unnamed village in Bengal. While published in 2015, the plot of The Buried Giant follows two elderly Britons, Axel and Beatrice, living in an unnamed village set in a post-Arthurian Britain, where the Britons and the Saxons live in peace. The former couple lose their only son to hunger, and in the face of such despondency, love between Goshtho and Damini weakens substantially, especially after the couple's escape to the city. In The Buried Giant, the elderly couple, a pair tied by an extraordinary devotion, embark on a hazardous journey through fog and darkness in search of their son, lost in circumstances that, like much else, they can't remember. Legend has it that Querig, a dragon, exhales a breath, a mist that erases the memory of the people. Embedded in these apparently geometrical plots is a cultural politics of diaspora and bhasha literature, of anxiety and appropriation, which is unthinkable without attention to those metonymic moments that structure the subject of writing and history across cultures, across eras, across nations. It is always worth emphasizing the degree to which such apparently static litanies and enumerations are symbolic forms of praxis, Although Bandyopadhyay's prose in Bengali can constantly be deferred in a sense, and the critical evaluation of his prose involves the explosion of the text from the sight of a fissure in its apparently seamless texture. Such deferrals and fissures are not for him, as for Ishiguro, the inescapable characteristics of language and textuality itself. Even Ishiguro's Japanese identity and English prose are the ambivalent gateway to the de-imperialization of the seemingly monolithic European forms, ontologies, and epistemologies. Following the death of King Arthur and the departure of the Romans, Ishiguro's vision of nation in the buried giant can be seen as, I quote, "You would have searched a long time for the sort of winding lane or tranquil meadow for which England later became celebrated. There were instead miles of desolate, uncultivated land. Here and there, rough-hewn paths over craggy hills or bleak moorland. Most of the roads left by the Romans would by then have become broken or overgrown, often fading into wilderness. Icy fogs hung over rivers and marshes, serving all too well the ogres that were still then native to this land. The people who lived nearby, one wonders what desperation led them to settle in such gloomy spots, might well have feared these creatures, whose panting breaths could be heard long before their deformed figures emerged from the mist. But such monsters were not cause for astonishment. People then would have regarded them as everyday hazards, and in those days there was so much else to worry about: how to get food out of the hard ground, how not to run out of firewood, how to stop the sickness that could kill a dozen pigs in a single day and produce green rashes on the cheeks of children. Unquote. And Bandyopadhyay's prose is about the science of the nationalist historiography and the predicament of the history of Bengal particularly. The text represents history as it was, and memory as either something collectively construed or as a representation of the past. Choitali Ghurni places the readers in the middle of a disturbing setting at the very outset of the novel that is symbolic of the colonized state as well as the outbreak of famine that would soon engulf Bengal. I quote, "The sky resembled a desert in the arid sun, in the rainless rainy season, for the blue in the sky is tinged as if in a layer of smog. Sometimes a heat wave blows with the fervid wind. There is a river as you first enter the village. Not exactly a river, it is a desert, a long continuous stream of sandpaper, no water. No stream of water flows at least in the 8 months of a year. Only an invisible firelight flows in the stream of mirage in the arid drought. And the mirage, the dancing invisible firelights, are neither a falsity nor an illusion. They are the unquenchable thirst of the dry soil, thriving in severe roughness. There is a cremation ground atop the river bank. There is no connection with the living. There is only heat, fire, cinder, skeleton, corpse. The air that is in human life is also grisly here. It too, like a lunatic, smears the ashes continually on its body from the funeral pyre, smears the melting odor of the burned body of the roasted cremation." Unquote. These two scenarios obviously mark extremes on a scale of theory. One end of the scale is coldness. There, everything is gloomy, shrouded in mist, thus uninterpretable. The other end is heat. There, everything is arid, burning in heat waves, a phenomena that is being processed in stasis. What makes these cases similar is that neither of them is very productive. Interesting effects are being produced in between these extremes when we take seriously the idea that systems of representation come to hand when we secure our own culture, our own cultural explanations, to quote Gayatri Spivak. It is important to stress that historical imagination has been particularly central to critical social theory, and both Ishiguro and Bandyopadhyay act like the paradists of history. They inscribe the colonial flavor unreliably, unconventionally across a body politic that claims to be representative within narratives that claim to be representational. The time lag between the event of the sign, that is the history of the nation, and the core of a transnational study, a revision of the old vision of comparative literature, exemplifies a process where cross-cultural collocation is negotiated retrospectively. The past has already been saved as text even before a reader begins to read the text, and this redeems the bewildering and contingent chaos of mere inversions within literature, history, and literary theories. Thus, an appropriative act of praxis registered at the level of transnational and cross-cultural organization suggests that the so-called post-colonial theory itself grants a significant role to fiction and to its narrative weight, and it not only reformulates and navigates history, but also interrogates cultures, intercepting continuities and constancies across various time zones and other forms of geographical constructs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, ma'am.
It was, yeah, thank you very much. It was a very, very interesting comparison, and it was in fact a very interesting paper. Thank you. Now over to the fourth presenter, Dr. Ramdin Tari. whose paper is entitled Centering the Transnational Female Experience in Americana. Over to you, Dr. Ramdin Tariq, and the time is 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Do we have Dr. Ramdin Tari here? Dr. Ramdin Tari?
Yes. Hello, am I
Oh,
audible?
yeah. Hello.
Am I
Yeah, you
audible?
are audible. Yes,
Okay.
yes, you're audible. Welcome.
Thank you so much. A very good evening to Madam Directors. Let me just share my screen now. I'm Ramdin Tari from Mizoram, and my paper will be on the topic of centering the transnational female experience in Americana. Now, Americana, which was published in 2013, is a powerful book by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. And this is a book which explores the personal and collective female identities through the transnational experience. Like other post-colonial female writers, Adichie brings up the issue of transnational engagements of femaleness through her creative works. Voicing the main character, Ifemelu, Adichie unveils layers of racism and the immigrant's experience. And this is a book which negates the American stereotypes of Africa and African through its narrative of middle and upper class lives. And this is a book which calls attention to the danger of a single story. Now, the danger of a single story is a talk given by Adichie in 2009 at TED. And here she says that if we only hear about a people, place, or situation from one point of view as the whole truth. And she explains that we must seek diverse perspective, and in turn, writers must tell our own story. Now, coming to the main character, Ifemelu, her character is a reflection of an ambivalent post-colonial identity, and she is a Nigerian who comes America with an university scholarship, and after she has a rich white boyfriend, and she's able to launch a blog, and then after she becomes a successful blogger, she used this platform to deepen the discussion about female empowerment and social equality. Now, Ifemelu is a well-read environment. She's able to voice this experiences not only to her fellow Black American, but also to the white people as well. So it is through her that Adichie unveils layers of racism and the immigrant's experience. And her experience is what Homike Baba terms as an unholiness. Now, one of the major features of post-colonial literature is the concern with place and displacement, and this led to the formation of identity crisis. Now, a vibrant Ifemelu almost lost her active sense of self because of her transnational experience. And this experience is denoted by Bill Ashcroft in The Empire Writes Back, which I will not read out. Now, Black writing is central and influential within the post-colonial discourse. And Adichie's works takes post-colonial issues further by addressing the migrants' experience of racism, estrangement, and even exile. And using Ifemelu as her mouthpiece, she raised the issue of racism and how America can never dissolve this issue, as she expressed in her blog. I quote, "The problem of race in America will never be solved." Now, this I just quote from Homike Baba about regarding to be the marginalized and of the experiences of being overlooked. Now, this is a quote which is taken from the book. Here, this happens just after Barack Obama became a Democratic Party candidate, and it was a dinner party in Manhattan, and Ifemelu blurted out saying that the only reason I quote, "The only reason you say that race was not an issue is because you wish it was not. We all wish it was not, but it's a lie. I came from a country where race was not an issue. I do not think myself as Black, and I only become Black when I came to America. We let it pile up inside our heads. We say that race doesn't matter because that's what we're supposed to say. Now, here what it hints is the limitation of the individual woman. Now, when her blogging makes her able to examine her situation in which she is treated and how the other African Americans are treated. It is through her writings that she gains an understanding of her place in the society. Now, art. Art is intrinsic to empowerment for transnational women. It is able to transform experience into a coherent narrative. Now, the art of blogging becomes an oppositional voicing for Ifemelu. And this, she is able to transform experiences into a coherent narrative. Now, the name of her blog is titled Race Teen or Curious Observations by a Non-American Black on the subject of Blackness in America. And this is a platform which she used for sharing her racial self-awareness. Now, the politics of hair. Adichie, in one of her interviews, she mentioned that race and hair are linked together. Now, and hair becomes a representation of struggle for confidence and an identity. Now, it is the writer's own experience which she transcends into her character. When they come to America and other woman has been braiding hair with long extensions for a job, she needed to look professional and thereby relaxes her hair for her first time. And the experience that she the turmoil that she had gone through are putting the chemicals on her hair and such. And after finishing her hair, her hairdresser, who is a Black woman herself, exclaimed, I quote, "Whoa, girl, you got the white girl swing," unquote. Now, the concept of whiteness becomes something to aspire for. Now, hailing now it is also a reflection of the cultural pressure for a Black woman to look like a white woman. And this becomes a symbol of racism, which is inherent in American culture. And this becomes a white standard of, they have to adhere to the white standard of beauty. And so for people like Ifemelu and her fellow Black people, the only way of dealing with the inadequacy is taking American accent and relaxing their coarse, kinky hair becomes their salvation. Now, and Adichie, in her work, she, as a diasporic writer, she is telling the Americans how racist they are in the eyes and voices several issues. And so language becomes a tool for her to express herself and the voice the racial. Now, and she gains an understanding of herself. She decided to stop faking the American accent, and she decided to stop adhering to the expectations placed on her by others. It is through this process only that she is able to live to her true self and is able to explore
I think Dr. Ramnin Tari is done now. Hello. Yes. Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think Dr. Ramnin Tari is done. And now I invite Anindita Shom to make her presentation on the topic Travels, Transnationalism and Borders, a reading of Amitav Ghosh's The Shadow Lines. Anindita Shom.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Shruti Das. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
very
Hello,
much audible.
everyone.
Just introduce yourself within a minute, and then you have exactly 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Anindita Shom. I'm a doctoral candidate at the University of Hyderabad. And the topic of my presentation today would be Travels, Transnationalism and Borders, a reading of Amitabh Ghosh's The Shadow Lines. So here I begin. The post-colonial world has been shaped by the travels and flows of people, capital, and ideas from not just the north-south phenomenon, but the south-to-south migratory patterns as well. Post-colonialism has its hyphenated and unhyphenated definitions, and the unhyphenated meaning of the word implies as Arthur Quaison says, it is conventionally used to distinguish it from the earlier iteration that referred only to specific time period and to indicate a tendency toward literary criticism and the analysis of various discourses at the intersection of race, gender, and diaspora, among others, unquote. The post-colonial subject experiences and reconstructs places through a conglomeration of realities and imaginings. As narrated in Ghosh's The Shadow Line asserts, I quote, I could not persuade her that a place does not merely exist, that it has to be invented in one's imagination, that her practical, bustling London was no less invented than mine, neither more nor less true, only very far apart, unquote. There is hardly any nation state which has remained in isolation in the 20th and 21st centuries. Edward Said contends, I quote, therefore, as much as the West itself, the Orient is an idea that has a history and a tradition of thought, imagery, and vocabulary that have given it reality and presence in and for the West. The two geographical entities thus support and to an extent reflect each other, unquote. Amitabh Ghosh's The Shadow Lines, the Sahitya Academy Award-winning text, is tied together through the narrative stories of his interconnected worlds spanning India, Bangladesh, and Britain through his own and his family's travels and linkages. This novel brings out the links that exist between the former colonized nations and the former colonial power. The Bengal partition and the partition of India, both the events left in their aftermath, destruction, bloodshed, and unimaginable violence against men and women, and a distrust that still exists among the South Asian nation states. This novel thus traces the stories of Trideep, Mayadevi, the narrator, and others against the background of these events. The narrator, through the stories of Trideep's Bartholomew's Atlas, and pictures of far-off places, conjured up images and traveled in his imaginations to Cairo, London, and where not, crisscrossing borders and partitions. The narrator's travels in his imaginations are a manifestations of the interconnected and transnational worlds and lives of people across the globe. The histories that people share across continents, which are denied in mainstream narratives, find its place in the memories and histories of the common people through these alternate histories. The movements and settlement of South Asian peoples during the colonial times and the present era have witnessed the formation of various South Asian diasporic groups across the world. The multiple identities, allegiances, and belongings that these diasporic individuals and communities carry are a result of the multiple nodes and networks that have been shaping the increasingly transnational world that we live in. As Hart cites, I quote, on one hand, diaspora denotes the global scattering of a group that identifies itself not exclusively through its homeland, but as dramatized in the fiction of Ghosh and Vasanji through a shared cultural imaginary, historical traumas, narratives of survival, and new forms of communication and community building, unquote. The shadow lines to the experiences of the narrator's family and the narrator brings to the forefront the histories of three nation states which remain interconnected. The narrator's experiences in London can be read as the ways in which a person from a former colonized nation state looks and experiences the Western nations in the post-colonial era and the ironies of a transnational connected world. I quote, for me, the experience of hearing Bengali dialects, which I had never heard in Calcutta, being spoken in the streets of London, was still replete with unexplored ironies, unquote. Amitabh Ghosh, through the narrator, tells the readers how the mainstream narratives go silent when it comes to everyday histories of people. There was no significant account of one of the major characters, Sudeep's death in the newspapers, like many other such historical deaths in the riots that had taken place in Dhaka and Calcutta. The memories of political and historical events have written and rewritten for decades, even centuries, but why do voices fall silent when it comes to the experiences, histories, and traumas of common people? I quote, by the end of January 1964, the riots had faded away from the pages of newspapers, disappeared from the collective imagination, vanished without leaving a trace in the histories and the bookshelves, unquote. In the shadow lines, thus, memories occupy a central place in recollecting the past, a past that no longer exists due to the changing political scenarios and the redrawing of borders. As a narrator poignantly writes, I quote, because people like my grandmother, who have no home but in memory, learn to be very skilled in the art of recollection, unquote. The narrator's grandmother, who was born and grown to know Dhaka as a home, was displaced after the Bengal partition, which made it necessary for her to use a visa if she had to visit Dhaka later on from Calcutta. The narrator draws parallel between the Brick Lane in London and Goria Hut in Calcutta. The former colonizers have left an indelible mark on the former colonized nation states in South Asia, and with the transnational diasporic contemporary worlds, the descendants of the once colonized subjects are now reshaping the land of the past imperial powers. Thank you. That would be all.
Very
Dr.
much,
Das?
Anindita. Yes, thank you very much. Um, just a moment. Yeah, thank you. You're before time, right? So the next speaker is Payal Pal. Is she ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. I just need a minute's time. I want to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. So before I share my screen, thank you once more for giving this opportunity to the organizers of the conference and also to you, ma'am, for being so cordial as the chair. So I'll just share my screen, just a minute.
So you will be talking on national imaginary precarity and agency in Bashir Spears' The Curfewed Night, right?
Yes. Okay. So I hope my screen is visible, right?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Okay. So I have roughly 10 minutes time, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Exactly 10 minutes time.
Fine.
Yeah, exactly 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you once again, everyone. And it was interesting to listen to such a diverse set of papers. And my paper, this presentation is part of a working paper, which is also part of a larger project that we are working on. And it is basically on the post-colonial ethnic conflicts and different kinds of surveillance and the governmentalities that come with the post-colonial nation state. I'm Dr. Payal Pal. I'm working as an assistant professor of English in Jaipur in the LNMIT Jaipur. The title reads National Imaginary Precarity Agency in Basharat Pierce Curfewed Night. Curfewed Night was published in 2008, one of the first writing of its kind which came from Kashmiri, and it was dealing with an insider's vision of what Kashmir has faced since the days of Indian independence, the vulnerabilities that many of the Kashmiris have been victimized into, and most importantly, this narrative was part of Pierre's own journey. So it's a memoir. It's narrated in the first person, and it is the recounting of his childhood experiences, the 1990s when things changed in Kashmir, and more importantly, also it tells about his encounters with the rest of India. That is how that conflict zone, which we often now read in the newspapers, and it has often come in the much of criticism, much of debates and controversies, how that representation has been there in the national cultural psyche, and what Pierre, the person who was born and brought up in Kashmir, later on he moved to other parts of India. He's a journalist now, and he writes this book as if it is a revisioning of his own homeland, trying to show the picture of his homeland from a person who has lived there, who had faced the turmoil and the turbulent times. So
My main objectives of this small presentation is just to analyze India's post-colonial nationalist psyche that often locates the pathological other in the bodies and identities of ethnic and the religious minorities, and also to highlight the precariousness of the Kashmiris, especially the Muslims, and their gradual loss of belongingness in and outside the geographical territory of Kashmir. So basically trying to focus on the kind of interactions and the kind of representations that emerged in the post-colonial phase in India. So I would like to begin with this concept of pan-Indian imagination of Kashmir. The reason why I'm beginning my presentation with this, before going directly into the analysis and what Pierre is doing through his book, is because how do we perceive Kashmir and how has Kashmir been represented in the national discourses, in the popular media? That is very important. And we all know that the inclusion of Kashmir under Article 370, which is now being abrogated, it was being abrogated in 2019, was then considered a temporary settlement in 1947. And there were certain historical incidents. I will not go deep into it because of the paucity of time. But a plebiscite was promised, and contrary to the expectations, the plebiscite got deferred, and the Kashmiris' demand for autonomy aggrandized, and the radical politics in return also emerged with a very ugly head. And then finally, with the imposition of APSPA, this is one of the most important crucial moves that actually made the scenario very different and quite macabre. That is the Armed Forces Special Powers Act in 1990. The political climate became highly volatile. This was what was happening politically and historically after the 1940-70 in Kashmir. However, for the rest of India, how did the land or the people feature? That is what becomes more significant, more decisive. Kashmir for the rest of India, as it was being portrayed, was almost a land that is utopic, with its unadulterated beauty, unpolluted atmosphere. It is an ideal and immortalized space that is to be collectively desired and treasured. And there were many movies like Kashmir Ki Kali, Jamuli in 1960s that take Kashmir as the backdrop, showing the beautiful romance and the splendid, aura of the landscape. And there were other movies also, like which came much later, like Roja, Mission Kashmiri. This I'm talking about the mainstream movies, which somehow always showed Kashmir as if it is a geographical entity that needs to be rescued from the grip of brutalism, and who was sponsored by Pakistan and are its illegal claimants. And this movies constantly showed Kashmir in terms of binaries, that is a land which is in trouble, and the Indian state has somehow to decimate that trouble. There was one exceptional movie which I could find in browsing and then working on the media and the representations was Heather, which however treats the atrocities of the militants alongside placing the autocratic attitude of the Indian government also, and it depicts the precarity of the Kashmir life. The term precarity I am using because it depicts the precariousness of being a Kashmiri in the land and also outside the land. With such kind of national imagination, therefore, what has been happening in Kashmir and how we look at Kashmir becomes very important, and this is where Pierre's narrative also assumes significance. Curfew Night is one of those books which gains much importance in the entire post-colonial corpus because of its chronicling of the nationalist aspirations of Kashmir as a land since 1947, and also for delineating the excesses of the Indian state that functioned as a new colonial power within this region, and then the rise of ethnic polarization, which ultimately made the life of the common citizens quite deteriorating. The book also mourns the misrepresentation of Kashmir nationalism that was often that now has faded into background. That is a Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front with the rise of secessionist powers and which are funded by the other countries, and also the death of the symbiotic culture. What is interesting about Pierre's narrative is that Pierre very particularly elucidates his positioning as a Muslim in a Kashmiri background in the Kashmir region. He states about his upbringing in the Muslim household, states about listening to Persian and Arabian legends, practicing Ramadan. He states that before the 1990s, that is mostly 1980s, 70s, things where, there was this demand of autonomy, and he broadly describes how his childhood has been a mixed. So he had his Hindu friends and they practiced their own traditions but lived in harmony, which he calls Kashmirian. But after the 1990, which comes out as a very important historical event, when he was an adolescent, then because of the imposition of AFSPA, the scenario changed. And how it changed: the AFSPA was declared in 1990, after which army was deployed in large numbers and normalcy was perpetually disrupted, and the familiar localities got transformed to military camps of the Indian paramilitary forces. And this is one quote I have taken from the book, which gives, there are actually many extensive references. I could not bring all of them. Few I have just referred to. For example, when he says that more military camps were being set up in Kashmir, military vehicles, armed soldiers poking out of sandbag, bankers were everywhere. Death and fear became a routine, like going to school, playing cricket and football. And at times we forgot about the war around us, and at times we could not. And this kind of turbulence, this kind of disparaging that went on in every other way. For example, the army, the paramilitary forces, they continue to dominate ruthlessly, and the Kashmiris, especially the Muslims, they had to exhibit their submission in every possible ways, because they were they almost emerged as the pathological others. And how that othering was being strategically being carried out, that becomes the very core interest of this book and also our research project. And Pierre shows that this AFSPA actually disrupted all kinds of peace from the Valley of Kashmir. And what is interesting, he humanly engages with this problem. He says that the Kashmir's demand for autonomy then got misrepresented, because there were many other funded organizations, many radical Islamist organizations that came up and that started mobilizing the youth altogether, making the common Kashmiri men and women becoming prey to the kind of the political deteriorations. And there are many people who have spoken against AFSPA, and one of such person is Atharjia. She constantly writes, she says that this act gives the Indian military all-encompassing control over the region and the lives of the Kashmiris. What is considered to be the world's first mass blinding occurred in Kashmir. And violence became very ubiquitous in Kashmir, and it was almost, there were many scholars who has written, and they say that often it happened that people started pelting stones and defying curfew order, protesting against establishment, as if that became the only way to show their own agency, to defy their precarity. And what again turns out to be very interesting, Pierre grows up in such a climate, such a volatile climate, and his parents, like many other parents, wanted him to be safe, wanted him to have a very peaceful life. They sent him outside Kashmir, and he starts reading in Delhi and other places. And he could see his difference, he could see his othering even by the other Muslim friends in India. He says that they disagreed with the Kashmiri ideas of secession from India, and saw that the secession of a Muslim majority Kashmir from India is bound to make life worse for the Indian Muslims. So the story of Kashmir was hardly known to the rest of India, because they were always seen as the others who could never be incorporated in the dominant ethos, though they were always there. So though that binary was always being defined. And Pierre, as a Kashmiri, could sense this difference more prominently after the parliament attack. In his book, he says, after the attack was there in 2001, when he was at that time doing job in Delhi, he could realize how the identity, how the body of a Kashmiri Muslim is always at fault in India. Either he is condoned as a troublemaker or suspected as a dreadful terrorist. And this is where very importantly we come across what Foucault says about governmentality, surveillance, that AFSPA was both about surveilling or monitoring the Kashmiri identity, putting them into a particular kind of surveillance. Also, it's a very state-proclaimed measure to control unrest. The very way that governments have
Dr.
always
Payal
imposed.
Pal, could you sum up? I mean, wind up now. I think your time is up.
Yes. Just a minute, okay. And in the same way, this othering is also has been spoken by other people like Giorgio Agamben. Okay, I will quickly sum up. The important part of Pierre's book comes out from the fact that Pierre tries to break this kind of othering. He comes out with the narratives of the people through his own journey, through his own revisit, and he shows that these people who live in Kashmir, they always cannot be defined as others. They want to also come out with their own agency. So they define in various ways the definitions that have been ascribed to them. So these are some of the examples. These people have been humiliated, but they still try to come out with their own version of subjectivities and all that. And why is therefore Pierre's memoir a crucial intervention? Because it probes a deeper understanding of the governmentalities that are at work in the post-colonial India, and it implores one to engage with the Kashmiris' demand for their rights to self-determination through an alternative lens. And I would stop here that the way Pierre also ends his narrative, wishing that someday the processes that reduced individuals to suspects or military targets would eradicate. And that is where it also makes one ponder and to debate on the repudiation of the Article 370. Thank you very much. That's it from my
Thank you,
part.
Dr. Pal. It was a very, very interesting paper. In fact, all the 6 papers have been very interesting. And now I welcome the participants to interact with the paper presenters. The paper presenters may also ask questions to their co-presenters. So the house is open to interaction now. Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. There is a question by Dr. Shibu.
Yes.
Though he has not made it particular whom he is. So, how do cultural productions endorse neo-colonialism?
Yes, so all the 6 presenters may answer this. Anyone or all or 1 or 2 of you can answer this.
फालतू किंतु
Yes. Will someone answer this? Am I audible?
I think
Will someone answer this?
Yeah. So can I?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So the question was how do the cultural productions do influence neo-colonialism or something like that, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So first we need to understand what do we mean by neo-colonialism. So because the very concept of neo-colonization or neo-colonialism is also very complex because it shows the ongoing colonization, but in a different way, maybe in a masked way. Sometimes the colonies, they are dependent on the earlier colonized powers economically, or somehow they have somehow maybe psychologically also. That is one. Secondly, neocolonialism also denotes the existence of a kind of elitist power group who function as the machineries of the earlier colonial power. Now, if we take into account these two definitions, according to me, cultural productions do have a larger role to play in both perpetuating as well as subverting the neocolonialism. Firstly, that if we see that who are producing, for example, if we take the case of the Indian English writing, so there has always been a cliche argument that there are many people who are writing about India, but they are not situated in India. So how far they are catering to the Indian interest, or how far they are able to do justice to the Indian ethos and all that. Similarly, there are people who are facing many issues related to caste oppression, related to other economic oppressions, other inequities, but how far their voices are being heard or are being represented in India. And if they are being represented also, who are representing them? If they are being represented in the West through an English language, and the vernacular language is not being promoted in that way, then how far the problem of how far the promise of decolonization or the objective of decolonization is achieved, or are we still buying into the traps of the colonialist paradigms? So I think yes, they do influence a lot, because if we analyze the post-colonial elite culture, then we will find that it is how these cultural productions do influence neocolonialism in across the different societies. That is my answer, or my
Thank you
take
very
on
much.
this.
Thank you very much. And I hope the person, Mr. Shibu, whoever asked this question, is satisfied. Any other questions?
No, ma'am. No other question can be found there.
All right. So I think it's past 8:30 now.
Yeah.
And should we close the session, or do the participants want to interact amongst themselves for, let's say, 2-3 minutes about transnationalism? Because this was a very, very interesting session with so many aspects and perspectives on transnationalism, starting from feminism to talking about Ishiguro, and to talk about Bashrat Peer. And I mean, it was amazing. And also when we were talking about the new way, the rewriting of the Ramayana, there were so many popular texts discussed, as well as some of the mainstream texts discussed. So if the paper presenters would like to interact amongst themselves regarding various aspects of transnationalism, we have 2 to 3 minutes. Otherwise, we will say good night, and we will thank Tanmay Kundu and Partho and Assam University, and of course our own new Literaria, because I believe I'm a part of it, so a proud part of it, for this wonderful conference. So what do the participants say? Would you like to interact amongst yourselves?
Dr. Das, I think Ramdeni has raised her hand. She wants to say something.
Okay, sure. You have to unmute her, I believe.
Hello, madam. I'm so sorry. I apologize for the technical glitch, and I was not able to finish my presentation. So I apologize for the technical glitch. And so I wonder if I can have a short chance to finish my paper, or that is totally up to you.
Of course, of course. You were clear till your penultimate slide. And after that, there was some problem. Well, if you could wind up within 2 minutes, we would be very happy, because it was a very interesting paper. Yes.
Thank you so
Please
much,
do.
madam.
Most welcome.
Okay. So I think I was here I was talking about, the politics of hair and, trying to adhere to the white standard of beauty. So it was only trying to be white as possible was the only way for dealing with their inadequacy. And now, Ifemelu, the main character, as she stopped adhering to the expectations placed on her by others, she is able to live her true self and is able to explore spaces for the self. Now, her decision to stop faking American accent make her realize her true belonging. This is what Baba reflects as, I quote, the threatened loss of meaningfulness in cross-cultural interpretations, which is as much a problem of the structure of the signifier as it is a question of cultural codes, then becomes a hermeneutic project for the restoration of culture essence of authenticity. Now, through her voice, she's able to empower herself and elevate her voice, and she's able to challenge the others, her fellow Black Americans, to do the same as that. And so this book becomes an instrument of artistic expression and a means of restoring cultural authenticity for the minorities. By centering the experience and perspective of transnational female character, Adichie is able to explore the intricate connections between individual identities and larger global politics and patriarchy, and ultimately, with her unique transnational personality, becomes a voice of conscience speaking back and forth across the borders. And towards the end of the book, Ifemelu realized that Nigeria is where she was supposed to be and the only place where she could sink her roots. So after spending 13 years and earning her green card in America, she decided to go back to Nigeria because that she believes is her true homeland. So towards the end of the book, she decided to become an Americana, which is a Nigerian who returns to America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Well, I have a question for you. Well, how do you see this aspiration for white skin and straight hair? Would you compare this with Toni Morrison's Bluest Eye and Sula? Americana, the aspirations of the central character there, would you compare them with Toni Morrison's characters, especially Piccola Breedlove in The Bluest Eye and Sula?
Yes, unfortunately, madam, I have read only Beloved, so I haven't read the rest
So
of
you
Toni
must, when you're
Morrison's
doing
paper.
this book, you must read The Bluest Eye, because you would find a lot of intertextual relationships, intertextual words there, and kind of thing, the concepts there, and also the other books, because it's always an aspiration for what is not there that makes you feel that you are an alien to your homeland and you should subscribe to the values of the other. And that is, I think, typically human nature. Anyone else who wants to ask something? You can stop sharing your screen. Or should we say goodnight? I think we have also come to the end of the 15 minutes of the question and answer session. So I would like to thank the organizers. I would like to thank Moushumi and Moushumi Kundu. I would like to thank everybody again, the 6 paper presenters. They were wonderful papers, and they will make for, I mean, these are working papers which we're reading for 10 minutes. I think they'll make very, very good papers. Best wishes to all of you. Wishing you all a good night.
Ma'am, Moushumi has something to say.
Oh, sure. Thank you. I'm here. Yes, Moushumi, over to you. Moushumi is not audible. That's the problem with her.
Okay, ma'am. So I will end the session. Yeah, Moushumi, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. for your kind cooperation. I feel privileged enough to propose on behalf of the organizing committee of the International E-Conference on Rethinking the Post-Colonial Texts and Context. Our indebtedness to our chairperson, Professor Shruti Das, and our 6 paper presenters present here. On behalf of all the participants, I acknowledge with sincere gratitude and thankfulness Sharma's perspectives in studies and further researches that they have opened up for us through their insightful presentation. Thank you all. I say the session is over.
Hello. Hello. Professor Das, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, I
Ma'am,
can
I'm
hear
Partho
you.
Saruthi. I attended your refresher. So, ma'am, I
Oh,
attended
yes.
your class
Can I see?
there in the
I know.
refresher
Can I
course.
see your face? Can I see your face?